Chapter 840. Tamane could affect both the human body and the soul. Once the tamane entered one's body, one would be lucky to be able to exert 80% of one's strength. It was not easy to extract tamane, and it required superb skills to fuse the tamane into a demonic weapon. The fact that Little Skull was able to produce tamane from his bone spur was enough to prove that he had some expertise in refining weapons. The tamane stealthily seeped into the body of the High God of Darkness with the help of the misty green light. It affected his divine body and divine soul, preventing him from exerting his full strength. The bone spear glowed with dazzling green light. At the same time, Han Hao arrived at lightning speed. He grabbed the bone spear with his sparkling arm and charged to the side of the High God of Darkness. Immediately after, he unleashed a torrent of attacks. Bone spears, bone prisons, and corpse explosion spells landed on the High God of Darkness. He had no choice but to unleash his darkness divine energy to defend himself. It was obvious that Little Skull Han Hao's strength was superior to his. In just a few moments, the High God of Darkness had fallen into a disadvantageous position. His divine body was lacerated by Little Skull's bone spur. Crimson blood flowed out from the lacerations. The tamane seized the opportunity to wreak havoc in his body, disintegrating his will even faster. On the other side, the three high gods flew towards Rose and the 5 elite zombies. Rose and Han Shuro were not worried in the slightest. They did not join the fight either. The 5 elite zombies gathered together, coordinating with each other from a distance, calmly waiting for the 3 high gods to attack. Those forces who were watching from the outside were astonished when they saw how ferocious Little Skull Han Hao was. They did not expect that Han Shuro and his party would not break out of the encirclement but stay behind to fight the enemy. Haruli's pupils constricted as he focused all of his attention on Little Skull Han Hao. He too was shocked. He did not expect that the ordinary-looking Little Skull Han Hao would possess such terrifying strength. In a head-on clash, Little Skull had the upper hand and did not give the High God of Darkness any chance to retaliate. Under the cold gazes of the crowd, Buzz's subordinates finally arrived in front of Han Shuro. They split into several groups and charged at the 5 elite zombies, Rose, and Han Shuro. At this moment, the smile on Han Shuro's face became even more gentle, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a meaningful arc. Suddenly, hundreds of demon generals flew out from Han Shuro's body. The demon generals were as fast as lightning, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. With Han Shuro at the center, they flew towards Buzz's subordinates. The tragedy of Hushvale City repeated itself. Hundreds and thousands of demon generals revealed their sinister appearances. They opened their bloody mouths and let out ear-piercing screeches as they attacked Buzz's subordinates in groups of 3 to 5. The demon generals could turn corporeal and ethereal. Their attacks were almost impossible to defend against. Once the demon generals got too close, the demon generals would fly into their divine bodies and devour them. Once the demon generals drilled into their bodies, they would immediately feel an unforgettable pain and fear. The sound of the demon generals devouring their divine bodies would intensify the fear in their hearts, making them feel as though they had fallen into the depths of hell and were being skinned alive. Miserable howls rang out from their mouths. In just a few breaths of time, under the attack of hundreds and thousands of demon generals, all of Buzz's subordinates were devoured. Their souls were sucked into the cauldron of myriad demon, and their divine bodies were devoured by the demon generals, rotting and hollowing out from the inside. Withered corpses fell to the ground one after another. These corpses looked as though they had been weathered for thousands of years. There was no blood, flesh, or flesh. They looked like corpse demons that had been summoned. They were shriveled, withered, and pale. Without exception, all of them had an expression of extreme fear on their faces. Those with ulterior motives who were waiting for Buzz's good news had been laughing and discussing heatedly about how they should divide the spoils of war. However, when the withered corpses fell to the ground one after another, dozens of corpses littered the ground around Han Shuro. In just a few breaths, they suddenly fell silent. The silence was oppressive. Everyone, including Haruli and Buzz, had the same expression of fear on their faces. Their gazes were all focused on Han Shuro, who was wearing a gentle smile on his face. At this moment, Han Shuro was undoubtedly the center of attention. During his stay in the fringe, the cauldron of myriad demon had absorbed a large number of divine souls. The number of demon generals in the cauldron had finally exceeded 1,000. Among them, there were dozens of spirit demons of the highest grade refined from high god souls. Under the sudden and frenzied attack of thousands of demon generals, the mere dozens of Buzz's subordinates were simply not enough to kill them. Other than the high god of darkness and Little Skull, who was still struggling against Han Hao, all of Buzz's subordinates, including the 3 high gods, were devoured by the demon general. The smile on Han Shuo's face remained the same. He looked around and took in the marvelous expressions on the faces of the crowd. Then, he coughed lightly. The demon generals that filled the sky like dark clouds were sucked into Han Shuo's body like a whale sucking in water. In just an instant, not a single demon general could be seen around Han Shuo. Han Hao, finish him, instructed Han Shuo with a faint smile. Little Skull, Han Hao, who had been staring at the high god of darkness, suddenly shot out 7 bone spurs from his back upon hearing Han Shuo's order. As soon as the 7 bone spurs shot out, Little Skull's strength once again increased by a large margin. Under Han Hao's control, the 7 bone spurs whizzed past the high god of darkness and shredded the dark clouds that shrouded the high god of darkness into dust. The high god of darkness was already struggling to fend off the attacks of Little Skull, Han Hao. Now that the 7 bone spurs were unleashed, the high god of darkness could no longer hold on. Caught off guard, a shorter bone spur pierced into his chest. Then, something strange happened. As soon as the bone spur pierced into the high god's body, it drilled into his body as though it had come to life. It wriggled and squirmed like a little snake. Suddenly, the high god of darkness aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. His hair turned white, his eyes became sunken, and his face was covered in wrinkles. All the characteristics of an old man appeared on his body in just a few seconds. But that was not all. Gradually, his eyes lost focus and his body started rotting. His life force was rapidly drained away. A middle-aged burly man died of old age in an extremely short period of time. The boundary of aging, one of the 3 major boundaries of the energy of death, was added to the shorter bone spur. Whoosh! The bone spur returned to Little Skull's hand. The high god of darkness collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. Cracking sounds could be heard as even his bones were broken. It was obvious that his life force had been completely drained away. It was also at this moment that the onlookers realized that Little Skull, who had not used the 7 bone spurs on his back all this while, had not used his full strength. Buzz's plan had completely failed. In just a short period of time, apart from himself and Bertha, all of his subordinates were slaughtered. Moreover, their deaths were more miserable than the last. Each of them was more chilling and terrifying than the last. Han Shuo, Rose, and the 5 elite zombies did not even move or take a single step before the battle was over. The demon generals that mysteriously appeared had vanished without a trace. If it weren't for the dried corpses that littered the ground, the onlookers might have thought that the terrifying scene just now was a one-sided illusion. It's that simple. Haruli, who was silently observing the battle from the dark, suddenly felt his lips turning dry. He looked at Han Shuo with a complicated gaze. "My lord, I think I know why they rejected our proposal." Haruli's subordinates, who had thought that Han Shuo and the others would die a miserable death, put on a bitter smile and shook their heads. They thought that they had looked down on Han Shuo and the others and thought that they were weak sheep that could be easily bullied. Don't make a move, but amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. All of a sudden, more than 20 forces that harbored malicious intentions in the vicinity slowly retreated a large distance and made way for Han Shuo and the others. The few forces that had blocked off Han Shuo and the others exchanged glances and took the initiative to make way for Han Shuo and the others, as though to show that they had no intention of making things difficult for Han Shuo and the others. The guard who had been warning Han Shuo waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "I think we have done more than we should. They don't need our help at all. No wonder they dared to offend so many forces at once. They have nothing to fear." The crowd wore different expressions and had different plans in their minds. Among them, Buzz and Bertha were the most remorseful of all. Buzz and Bertha, who had been running amok in the fringe for so long, were slaughtered in an instant. The 2, who had no soldiers and no soldiers at their disposal, suddenly felt that something was amiss. Buzz's face turned ferocious and he was ready to go all out. But before he could open his mouth, Bertha stopped him with a glare. Bertha squeezed an even uglier smile on her ugly face and said to Hanshaw in a gentle smile, "Friend, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us." "Oh, I don't see any misunderstanding between us." Hanshaw couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hanshaw had no choice but to play along with how thick Bertha's skin was for her to be able to say such things in front of everyone's eyes. "We only have a grudge against Rose. We don't have any personal grudges against you." Bertha immediately made her stance clear. She hastily said, "We still have some foundation in the fringe. Friend, as long as you promise not to get involved in Rose's matter, I am willing to offer you 5 million black crystal coins. What do you think?" Buzz's face sank when he heard Bertha's words. He didn't look too willing. But under Bertha's glare, Buzz had no choice but to let out a loud harumph to express his unwillingness. Not only did Bertha not want to avenge her men, but she was even willing to offer 5 million black crystal coins to keep Hanshaw out of the matter. This was a great humiliation to Buzz. If it wasn't for Hanshaw's shocking performance, he would have charged at Hanshaw a long time ago. Hanshaw smiled and shook his head under Bertha's expectant gaze. He said, "I'm sorry, I don't lack money. I only want your lives." Chapter 841. As soon as Hanshaw said those words, it meant that there was nothing left to talk about. Both sides could only fight to the death. It was also at this moment that Hanshaw felt Rose's hand grabbing onto his hand with great force. Hanshaw turned to look at Rose and discovered that her eyes were filled with gratitude. There were also some unusual emotions in her eyes. It appeared that under the immense pressure, Rose was displaying emotions that were rarely seen. Hanshaw put on a smile and said in a gentle voice, "You are one of my people. Of course, I will stand up for you." "Thank you," replied Rose in a soft voice. Her beautiful face revealed a rare smile. It seemed that she was in a very good mood. There was no turning back now. Bertha let out a shrill laugh and said, "Outsider, do you really think that we are afraid of you? The fringe has its own rules. You have offended so many forces in one go. I don't believe that you can leave this place alive." Hanshaw couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on Bertha. He impatiently instructed Little Skull How, "Little How, kill her." How didn't say a word as he fiercely shot out the bone spear in his hand, launching a flurry of attacks at Bertha. Bertha only possessed mid-stage high god strength. She did not have much chance of winning against Little Skull. As soon as the two clashed, Bertha was pushed back by Little Skull. Buzz was infuriated. It was never in his nature to admit defeat. When he saw that Hanshaw did not know how to appreciate his kindness despite being offered 5 million black crystal coins, he couldn't restrain himself any longer. He roared, "Do you really think that you can defeat us? Let's see who will leave this place alive." Upon finishing those words, Buzz charged at Little Skull How instead of Hanshaw. Buzz had seen with his own eyes how Little Skull How killed one of his mid-stage high god subordinates. He was certain that Bertha, who was also a mid-stage high god, was no match for How. Buzz had no choice but to help Bertha get rid of How. Otherwise, if he were to fight Hanshaw, he would not have the chance to protect Bertha and Bertha. As soon as Buzz made his move, Hanshaw followed suit. Like a phantom, he suddenly appeared between Little Skull How and Bertha. He raised his hand and blocked Buzz's path. He smilingly said, "Your opponent is me." This time, Hanshaw did not summon a sky full of demon generals. With one thought, 17 flying swords shot out from his body. The sinister and terrifying flying swords let out ear-piercing whistles as they streaked across the battlefield. The demonic energy they emitted corroded everything around Buzz. He had no time to deal with Bertha. Rose watched helplessly as Hanshaw and How stopped their enemies. Although she wanted to lend a hand, she was worried about the 5 elite zombies behind her. Therefore, she stood still and stared at Hanshaw and Little Skull How with burning eyes. Whether it was Hanshaw or Little Skull How, it would not be difficult for them to deal with Buzz and Bertha. Both of them possessed strength that far surpassed their opponents. It would not be surprising for them to emerge victorious in a one-on-one fight. The 5 elite zombies had completely relaxed. They grinned as they watched the battle between Han Shuro and Han Hao. They casually commented on the battle, as though they were spectators. Their faces were calm and unruffled. Little Skull Han Hao's bone spear had reached the acme of perfection. It created layers of grey clouds of death that completely shrouded Bertha. Meanwhile, the 7 bone spears on his back were restless as though they were waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Bertha was greatly astonished. It was only at this moment that she realized how terrifying the strength of the youngster before her was. It was only after the fight that she realized how bizarre the little skull's energy of death was and how much more terrifying the power of the demonic art was mixed with the energy of death. The green hazy radiance radiating from the bone spears caused Bertha's divine body to grow weaker and weaker. Bertha knew in her heart that this was not the way to go. Barring any mishaps, she would be killed by the emotionless youngster. Although she did not know the true strength of Han Shuro, judging from Buzz's face that was filled with fear, she knew that Han Shuro's situation was not much different from hers. This won't do. If this goes on, both of us will be finished. Damn it, when did that bitch Rose hook up with such a terrifying guy? Bertha cursed in her mind. While defending herself with all her might, she thought of a way to resolve the situation. Suddenly, Bertha exerted all her strength to temporarily break away from Little Skull Han Hao's bombardment. She seized the opportunity and shouted, "My friends outside, we have the same goal. Let's not hesitate any longer. Only by working together to eliminate these outsiders can we have a foothold in the fringe." Upon hearing those words, those indifferent onlookers seemed to be tempted. But when they recalled Han Shuro's astonishing skills, they became hesitant. They were weighing whether or not it was worth risking their lives and the lives of their subordinates in the fringe for the sake of a single treasure. "We only want them dead. As long as they are dead, I'm willing to fork out 5 million black crystal coins. 5 million black crystal coins plus the items and crystal coins they have on them is more than enough for us to share. Don't hesitate any longer. If they don't die today, how will we have a foothold in the fringe?" Bertha cursed in her mind when she saw those onlookers hesitating. But when she saw Little Skull chasing after her, she hastily raised the price again. 5 million black crystal coins was a sky-high price to those onlookers. It was equivalent to Buzz's savings over several decades. Bertha's offer immediately tempted those onlookers. Suddenly, those onlookers' eyes turned bloodshot as they looked at Han Shuro's party. Under the temptation of 5 million black crystal coins, many of them had forgotten how terrifying Han Shuro was and were ready to gamble with their lives. There were also some forces who had a clear understanding of the situation. They knew that if they did not seize this opportunity to kill Han Shuro's party, it would be much more difficult for them to do so in the future. They were only doing special deals and they would never want a troublemaker like Han Shuro to exist. For the sake of their own future profits, these people were tempted. They who had retreated a long time ago once again surrounded Han Shuro's party. It seemed that they were ready to join forces and kill Han Shuro's party. There were also a few forces who did not make a move. They only came after hearing the news and did not do any special deals. Haruli was one of them. When Bertha called out the 5 million black crystal coins, even Haruli was tempted for a moment. However, he resisted the temptation because he wanted to see what other trump cards Han Shuro had up his sleeve. He's in big trouble now. Even if he possesses extraordinary strength, he will not be able to survive the encirclement of so many ferocious people, muttered the guard at the checkpoint of the Omphalos. His brows were bunched as he repeatedly reminded Han Shuro to be careful. "Brothers, let's kill these troublemakers." Suddenly, the leader of one of the major forces shouted. Like a thunderclap, nearly 1,000 notorious fringe dwellers from more than 20 major forces joined the fray. They charged at Han Shuro, Little Skull, Han Hao, Rose, and the 5 elite zombies. This group of people were all powerful figures in the fringe. It was almost impossible for them to join hands to deal with a single person. This time, their killing intent enveloped the entire area. Their momentum was earth-shattering. "Haha, let's see how you get out of here alive today." Buzz laughed maniacally. He had been suppressed by Han Shuro's 17 flying swords for a long time. He felt as though he would be killed at any moment. Suddenly, the situation took a drastic turn. Many of the major forces who had been watching from the sidelines joined the fray. Buzz's confidence swelled to an unprecedented level. He couldn't help but shout and shout. Han Shao decisively retreated and stopped tangling with Buzz. While he was flying backwards, hundreds and thousands of demon generals flew out from his body. This time, the demon generals turned incorporeal and dispersed in all directions. Little Skull, Han Hao, and Han Hao were telepathically connected to Han Shao and the 5 elite zombies and rose at the same time. Han Hao calmly gave up on pursuing Bertha even though he knew that he only needed a few more seconds to kill Bertha. When the 5 elite zombies saw that the situation had suddenly changed, they immediately surrounded Rose. The 5 stood in a 5-point star formation, silently waiting for Han Shao and Little Skeleton to arrive. All of a sudden, the demon generals that had dissipated into incorporeal bodies reappeared one after another. They started attacking them, viciously charging at them. Among them, the demon generals formed from high god divine souls were in an incorporeal state from beginning to end. They did not even leave a blurry shadow behind. All of them were attacking the fleshy bodies around them with all their might. The attacks of the demon generals were met with wave after wave of ghostly wails and wolf howls. Those fringe dwellers below high god strength would be devoured by the demon generals if they couldn't find a way to get rid of the demon generals in a short period of time. The demon generals that devoured flesh and blood would become even more bloodthirsty. Their strength would greatly increase for a short period of time and they would continue to attack other fringe dwellers. Before those fringe dwellers could reach the 5 elite zombies, 50 to 60 fringe dwellers had fallen to the demon generals that filled the sky. Their faces were filled with fear and their divine bodies were shriveled up and lifeless. There were all kinds of cultivators among the 20 or so factions. Some of the gods who cultivated in the energy of fire and ice soon discovered that the demon generals would fly out of their divine bodies under the energy of extreme cold and heat. Those who knew how to use soul energy to attack also discovered that soul attacks were effective against the bizarre life forms like the demon generals. Loud cries against the devil could be heard amidst the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Gradually, those people learned the devil's weakness and began to target it. With that, it was impossible for the demon generals to sneak into the bodies of the fringe dwellers and kill them within a short period of time. The fringe dwellers could only gather in groups of 3 to 5 to attack. Their efficiency was greatly reduced. It was at this moment that Han Shao and Little Skull, Han Hao finally flew to where the 5 elite zombies and Rose were. The 5 elite zombies and Han Shao were connected telepathically. They had long prepared the penta-elemental undead formation. The 5 elite zombies immediately activated the penta-elemental undead formation as soon as Han Shao arrived. Now, they just had to wait for those fringe dwellers to enter. Chapter 842. Although the 5 elite zombies were very familiar with the penta-elemental undead formation, they had yet to put it to use in actual combat. Han Shao was looking forward to seeing if the penta-elemental undead formation would surprise him. However, the 5 elite zombies seemed to be very confident in the penta-elemental undead formation. After positioning themselves according to the 5 elements, Han Shao, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose gathered in a safe zone inside the formation. Just as the 3 stood still, the 5 elite zombies launched the penta-elemental undead formation. Suddenly, the Earth elite zombie's figure disappeared into the depths of the earth. The Wood elite zombie also merged into a towering tree at the side and disappeared in a flash. The Metal elite zombie brandished the golden cudgel. His entire body fused with the golden cudgel. The glittering golden cudgel grew larger and larger until it became a small mountain. The Fire elite zombie turned into a leaping flame, constantly drifting in that area. Wherever he passed, he brought out balls of raging flames. The raging flames rose to the sky, enveloping the entire area in a sea of fire. The Water elite zombie turned into a 10,000-year-old block of ice, standing motionlessly on the undulating earth. Suddenly, the area was filled with yuan energies of 5 elements and started undergoing earth-shattering changes. The 5 elite zombies could not be seen in their true forms. However, the earth in that area started tearing and forming ravines. Flames raged across the sky. Vines that resembled thousands of little snakes coiled around the area, sending sand and pebbles flying. Chilly winds blew. While the sky was filled with raging flames, the earth was bone-chilling cold. The difference between heaven and earth was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was unknown where the colorful power came from, but it started to shoot everywhere in the penta-elemental undead formation. The penta-elemental undead formation, which originally covered an area of only a few hundred meters, was rapidly expanding outwards. It was like an ancient ferocious beast that had opened its bloody mouth to devour and destroy everything in this world. Earth-shaking and earth-shattering energy ripples emanated from the penta-elemental undead formation. The energy ripples were like raging waves that engulfed everything in the surroundings, destroying everything in their path. Of the thousands of fringe dwellers charging at the fringe, those flying at the front were the first to be engulfed by the penta-elemental undead formation. All of a sudden, an overwhelming energy surged towards them. It was as though hundreds of enormous mountains were crashing down at the same time. The fringe dwellers who were below high god strength vomited mouthfuls of blood. Some of them were caught off guard and were squished into meat paste by the sudden oppressive energy. Chilly winds howled. The chilly winds were as sharp as blades, ferocious as a flash, and as swift as lightning. Balls of boundless flames surged forth like an ocean, directly devouring the people. The raging flames' heat was terrifying to the extreme, and those people were all roasted into jerky. A series of deafening roars came from the depths of the earth, and a huge suction force came from the depths of the torn earth, directly pulling those fiend gods that had soared into the sky. Then, the sky was filled with flying stones, and they fell into the depths of the earth like meteors. Deafening screams sounded from the depths of the earth. Other than the leaders of the fringe dwellers who were struggling to survive, there were no survivors. Of the fringe dwellers who bore the brunt of the penta-elemental undead formation, except for a few leaders of the fringe dwellers who were still struggling, there were no survivors. Nearly 100 fringe dwellers were slaughtered by all kinds of inexplicable energies in an instant. Not even their corpses could be seen. The penta-elemental undead formation was still expanding. In just the blink of an eye, another few hundred fringe dwellers were engulfed by the formation. Another tragedy occurred. The energies of the 5 elite zombies continued to spread and fuse together, forming all kinds of bizarre attacks that dragged the fringe dwellers into hell. Although none of the 5 elite zombies had reached High God realm, all of them possessed the 5 elemental treasures. With the help of the 5 elemental treasures, they could unleash strength that far exceeded their normal strength. The 5 energies came from the same source, and when fused together through the formation, their overall strength soared by tens of times. Miserable shrieks sounded incessantly from within the penta-elemental undead formation. The leaders of the major forces who had entered the fringe dwellers could only hold on for a short while before they succumbed to all kinds of energies and were engulfed. The demon generals that filled the sky attacked in a frenzy, not sparing a single fringe dweller. More than 1,000 demon generals gathered in groups of 10, increasing the pressure on those fringe dwellers who had entered the penta-elemental undead formation and hastening their deaths. In just a few short minutes, with the cooperation of the penta-elemental undead formation and the demon generals, nearly 400 fringe dwellers were slaughtered. 200 fringe dwellers were still struggling bitterly within the penta-elemental undead formation. At the center of the penta-elemental undead formation, Han Shoror, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose stared dumbfoundedly at the earth-shattering commotion outside the formation. They watched helplessly as the penta-elemental undead formation created by the 5 elite zombies slaughtered every fringe dweller that entered the formation. Their faces were filled with incomparable shock and horror. Han Shoror had long known that the penta-elemental undead formation was very powerful, but he did not know just how powerful it was. It was only when the penta-elemental undead formation began to bare its fangs and devour all living beings around it that Han Shoror realized why the 5 elite zombies were so confident in facing the onslaught of so many fringe dwellers. When the 5 elite zombies were not gathered together, the 5 of them might not even be able to wipe out a small power. But when the 5 elite zombies started slaughtering fringe dwellers using the penta-elemental undead formation, the 5 elite zombies turned into world-destroying weapons that continuously devoured all living beings in the vicinity. Looking at the scene created by the 5 elite zombies, Han Shoror had to admit that the might of the penta-elemental undead formation could be rated as monstrous. It had perfectly fused the energies of the 5 elite zombies with the 5 elemental treasures, increasing the strength of the 5 little fellas by dozens of times. It had brought Han Shoror an unimaginable surprise. The penta-elemental undead formation was still wreaking havoc. Any fringe dwellers that were drawn into it would find it difficult to escape from the entanglement of the formation. They could only passively face the intricate and bizarre attacks and face the misfortune of death at any moment. Retreat. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar sounded. It came from the leader of a power. At this moment, his subordinates were about to charge into the center of the penta-elemental undead formation. The leader could not see what was happening inside the penta-elemental undead formation. All he could see was a mass of grayish air that was crazily rotating. However, not a single one of the fringe dwellers that entered the penta-elemental undead formation managed to come out alive. This caused him great panic. Upon hearing the leader's roar, the remaining dozen or so forces that were about to charge into the penta-elemental undead formation turned around and dispersed. No one dared to recklessly charge into the penta-elemental undead formation again. As the 5 elite zombies had limited energy, the penta-elemental undead formation had a limited range and they could only maintain it for a limited amount of time. Gradually, the madly rotating mass of air slowed down, the strange rocks returned to their original positions, the dust settled, and the raging flames that filled the sky were extinguished in an instant. The fringe dwellers waited for a long while until the penta-elemental undead formation completely dissipated. When everything returned to the light of day, what entered their eyes was a devastated land, corpses, severed limbs, and rolling heads. Of the 500 to 600 fringe dwellers who had charged into the fringe, less than 30 of them were still alive. Moreover, all of them were exhausted and their faces were filled with fear. It was as though they had gone through the most miserable and cruel experience in their lives. The ground was covered with corpses and severed limbs. The ground was scorched black and deep ravines were torn open. Enormous rocks of unknown origin were scattered all over the place. Most of the time, a mangled body was buried under those rocks. Some of them were not dead yet. Blood was gushing out of their mouths and their eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. The remaining fringe dwellers that were fortunate enough to not enter the formation gazed at the hellish scene in the center of the formation in complete silence. They suddenly felt that their lips were dry and their divine bodies were somewhat weak. Other than the sounds of panting, there was not a single cry of alarm in the vast area. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps pounded on the fringe dwellers' hearts like the beating of a drum. Han Shoror, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose were approaching from afar. In this silent area, Han Shoror's footsteps were so ear-piercing that they woke up all the fringe dwellers from their stupor. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that they were still in danger. Buzz and Bertha, who were covered in wounds, looked fearfully at Han Shoror and Rose who were approaching them step by step. At this moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. There was no longer a trace of arrogance or ferocity on their faces. All that was left was endless despair. I didn't want to attack any of you. But you are too unreasonable. I have always granted those who want to die. Step by step, Han Shoror smiled warmly and said, Buzz, Bertha, do you want me to do it myself? There were less than 30 fringe dwellers who had entered the penta-elemental undead formation. Buzz and Bertha were in the center. As soon as Han Shoror said that, everyone's eyes focused on Buzz and Bertha. Suddenly, as if they had a tacit understanding, the fringe dwellers around Buzz and Bertha attacked them at the same time. Before they could react, they were struck by the energy and died tragically on the spot. One of them strode forward and cut off Buzz's and Bertha's heads. He tossed them to Han Shoror and said in a deep voice, "They are dead. I hope you won't pursue this matter anymore. From now on, I promise I will not be your enemy. Please be magnanimous and let us go." He was a tactful person. Although he had escaped the penta-elemental undead formation, his divine body had suffered severe injuries. Without Han Shoror's permission, it was impossible for him to escape. Therefore, he had made a prompt decision to kill Buzz and Bertha to beg for Han Shoror's forgiveness. Han Shoror looked at Buzz and Bertha's heads that were rolling on the ground. He put on a warm smile and said, "I've spent so much effort to gather all of you here. Do you think I'll let you go so easily? Chapter 843. That person's heart turned cold as soon as he heard those words from Han Shoror. As he looked at Han Shoror, who was smiling from ear to ear, he began to feel that the situation was getting worse and worse. It was at this moment that Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose arrived from behind. They stood beside Han Shoror and looked at the exhausted fringe dwellers with cold eyes. They were ready to kill at any moment. The 5 elite zombies were nowhere to be found. Other than Han Shoror, who could communicate with them telepathically, no one knew where the 5 elite zombies were hiding. This unknown danger was even more terrifying to those fringe dwellers. They all cursed themselves for being blind. Of all people to provoke, why did they have to provoke this bunch of lunatics? What do you want? That person's heart shuddered. He couldn't help but take a step back from the pressure that Han Shoror deliberately emitted. Submit to me or die. Han Shoror coldly groaned and shouted with the Sula-simulating siren using the energy of Cauldron Spirit. Waves of bizarre energy that were hard to be seen by the naked eye rippled like water. Terrifying energy fluctuations that could shake one's heart were emitted from Han Shoror's body, as though warning the few before him what would happen to them if they dared to resist. That person's face was cloudy and uncertain. For a moment, he didn't know how to react to the terrifying pressure emanating from Han Shoror. The penta-elemental undead formation formed by the 5 elite zombies had greatly shocked them. Little did they know that the 5 elite zombies were at the end of their tether and that they wouldn't be able to use the penta-elemental undead formation again anytime soon. Retreat. In the periphery, the other dozen or so forces that were silently watching the hellish scene scattered in all directions with a loud cry. The penta-elemental undead formation had not only intimidated the 30 or so fringe dwellers but also those fringe dwellers who did not personally participate in the battle. Just from the ravines and the corpses that littered every corner of the battlefield, one could tell just how terrifying the massacre was. At this moment, they no longer had any thoughts of fighting against Han Shoror. When they saw that he was only staring at the 30 or so survivors that were riddled with scars, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer and left this troublesome place at all costs. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious gods of the 10 or so great forces nearby drifted away like ghostly shadows. The only ones who stayed put were a few indifferent bystanders who had not been tempted by Bertha's 5 million black crystal coins. Haruli and his men were among them. At this moment, Haruli's heart was in turmoil. He could not believe his eyes as he stared at the tragic scene around Han Shoror. However, the truth was right in front of him. Haruli had no choice but to believe it. Haruli suddenly felt that he was very foolish and laughable. How could he have thought that Tanai would volunteer to take on the task of protecting them? This group of ferocious fiends had slaughtered 500 to 600 fringe dwellers in a short period of time. How could Haruli possibly stand a chance against them? My lord, should we leave as soon as possible? One of Haruli's men couldn't help but ask when he saw the bitter smile on Haruli's face. Haruli shook his head and replied, "There is no need for that. I don't think they mean us any harm. Let's see, this man is too good at concealing his strength. Despite possessing strength surpassing high gods, he gives off the illusion that he is only a mid-god. This guy's arrival could very well change the power structure of the Fringe. At present, there were only the 5 sovereigns in the Fringe who ruled over all other forces. The 5 sovereigns seemed to have a tacit understanding that they would ignore small forces like Haruli and Buzz. They would only fight each other in the dark. It was obvious that Han Shoror possessed strength surpassing that of a high god. Moreover, every one of his men was mysterious and unfathomable. They even had the terrifying power to annihilate a large group of enemies. With such a powerful force entering the Fringe, it was only a matter of time before a storm of carnage would be stirred up. Perhaps, the Fringe might even re-establish its order. Once the war broke out, all the Fringe dwellers would inevitably participate in it. If they could choose one of the Fringe dwellers as the victor, they would be able to seize the initiative when the Fringe dwellers reorganized their forces and greatly increase their forces. To Haruli, this was a rare opportunity. Han Shoror coldly looked at the fleeing Fringe dwellers. He did not pursue them. On one hand, he had more than 30 Fringe dwellers to deal with, and on the other hand, he did not have the energy to deal with them. The 5 elite zombies had just deployed the penta-elemental undead formation and had consumed a great deal of their energy. They would not be able to reactivate the penta-elemental undead formation without a period of rest. Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose were just 2 people. They could not restrain the hundreds of fringe dwellers who were fleeing. Han Hao himself had to stay behind to preside over the situation. He could not give up on pursuing the fleeing fringe dwellers. Han Shao knew that he could not conquer all of them at once. He had to take things one step at a time. As his strength grew, even if he did not take the initiative to attack, there would be people who would willingly submit to him. And now, Han Shao wanted to capture those people before him. The 30 or so fringe dwellers were all exhausted inside the penta-elemental undead formation. Faced with the pressure that Han Shao deliberately released, their minds were in a dilemma. Among the 30 or so fringe dwellers, 10 possessed high god strength. Although the remaining 20 or so only possessed mid-god strength, they all possessed special talents in certain aspects. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive inside the penta-elemental undead formation. Han Shao coldly groaned and said in a cold voice, "You have no choice. Either you die, or you surrender. Make up your mind." Upon finishing those words, the demon generals that filled the sky transformed into solid bodies. They danced around the fringe dwellers like bats, ready to pounce and kill them at any moment. I am willing." Under the double pressure, one of the heavily injured mid-gods had a mental breakdown. He took the initiative to express his will. This kind of thing was easy once someone took the lead. Those who were strong suddenly let go of their bitter perseverance when the first "I do" was said. Cries of "I do" came from the mouths of those who were riddled with scars. They all knelt on one knee in unison, awaiting Han Shao's judgment. The Fringe had its own rules. The gods of the Fringe were all ferocious beings from the 12 dominions. They didn't have any morals or self-restraint. Naturally, they had to be restrained in order to submit. They all knew this and waited patiently for Han Shao to take control of them. Drops of blood flew out from Han Shao's palm. The scarlet blood looked like rubies. They spun in the air and entered the necks of the 30 fringe dwellers before disappearing from the back of their heads. In the next moment, the 30 fringe dwellers suddenly felt as though something had been added to their divine souls. Their gazes when they looked at Han Shao suddenly turned cordial. The hatred hidden in the depths of their hearts was gradually disappearing with the injection of the demonic blood. Master, the leader of the fringe dwellers, bowed in reverence. His attitude was very sincere. "Master! Master!" The other fringe dwellers called out softly. They uniformly bowed in front of Han Shao. The hatred and dissatisfaction they had for Han Shao had disappeared under the effect of the demonic blood. Han Shao nodded and said with a satisfied smile, "Get up, all of you. From today onwards, you are my demon guards. Goran, you will be their leader for the time being." "Thank you, Master." The High God of Lightning, who had beheaded Buzz and Bertha and had been trying his best to negotiate with Han Shao, acknowledged respectfully. He was the only late-stage High God among the fringe dwellers. Not only did he possess sufficient strength, he was also vicious and merciless. Judging from the way he killed Buzz and Bertha, it could be seen that he was able to discern the situation at critical moments. He was very suitable for this position. The 30 drops of blood essence that flew into the back of their heads would gradually affect their divine souls, making them wholeheartedly loyal to Han Shao. The demonic blood would not affect their strength, intelligence, or judgment. Other than making them feel that Han Shao was their master, there were no other side effect. "All right, some of you still have some subordinates. I will give you some time to return and gather your subordinates. I will give you further instructions. As for those mid-gods without any foundation, follow Goran for the time being," instructed Han Shao as he looked down at the new demonic guards who were kowtowing on the ground. As soon as these words were spoken, the demonic guards kneeling before Han Shao respectfully saluted, then dispersed one by one, drifting in all directions. The mid-gods followed Han Shao's instructions and followed Goran. After a short while, there was no one left in front of Han Shao. It was only at this moment that Han Shao turned his attention to the distance. He looked at Haruli, who was looking at him with bright eyes. Han Shoror put on a faint smile and raised his voice. Haruli, are you interested in following me? The last time Han Shoror invited him, Haruli had disdainfully rejected him and even ridiculed Han Shoror for being crazy. But this time, Haruli was obviously not as straightforward as before. Haruli hesitated in the face of Han Shoror's olive branch. In the end, he put on a bitter smile and said, I need to think about it. I don't want to be treated like how you treated Goran. The same question was asked on the same day, but the attitude of the person who answered was completely different. They are losers. That is what they deserve. Han Shoror put on a faint smile and said to Haruli, if you are willing to submit, you will naturally not be treated like this. You will retain all your intelligence and our relationship will not be like that. Haruli was somewhat tempted by Han Shoror's promise, but he did not immediately agree. He pondered for a moment and said, give me some time. I need to think about it. Han Shoror nodded and said, you can think about it. But the more you follow me, the worse your treatment will be. Think about it carefully. Looking at the remaining forces, Han Shoror smiled and said, what about you? What do you think now that you've seen it? Chapter 844. Those who could resist the temptation of Bertha's 5 million gold coins were few and far between. Those who could stay after witnessing Han Shoror's shocking display of strength usually had something to rely on. For example, they were the subordinates of the 5 sovereigns. Or they were confident that they could quickly retreat. Under Han Shoror's gaze, the leaders of the few forces exchanged glances with one another. One of them said, I mean no harm. I just happened to come and take a look. Gentlemen, if you are interested, I can introduce you to Lord Logue. I believe that Lord Logue will be very interested in you. His words were obviously related to one of the 5 sovereigns, Logue. It seemed that the reason why he had not left yet was because he wanted to recruit Han Shoror and his party for his master. The other forces, Tyre, Asura, Salas, Wasis, and Tyre all expressed their intentions. They represented the other 4 sovereigns, Tyre, Asura, Salas, and Wasis, in hopes that Han Shoror would consider their offer. They solemnly expressed to Han Shoror that as long as Han Shoror agreed, they would immediately give him everything he needed in the fringe. The 5 sovereigns had been fighting openly and covertly in the fringe for many years. They had spared no effort in recruiting top-notch experts. Han Shoror had just proven his valiant strength. If he were to join one of the sovereigns, the balance of power in the fringe would definitely be broken and the strength of one of the sovereigns would be greatly enhanced. Han Shoror knew that the reason why they were so fearless was because they had the backing of the 5 sovereigns. He was not at all surprised by their proposal. Han Shoror shook his head smilingly and straightforwardly refused, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of submitting to anyone. The fringe is so vast. I believe that there will be a place for me to stand. Thank you for your kind offer. The sovereigns nodded indifferently after hearing Han Shoror's words. They did not try to persuade Han Shoror to stay. From their point of view, an unruly person like Han Shoror indeed didn't seem like someone who would submit to others. They hadn't held much hope in their invitation to begin with. Now that Han Shoror had rejected them, they didn't stay any longer and took their leave. Haruli also bowed slightly to Han Shoror and left with his men. In the blink of an eye, Han Shoror was surrounded by corpses. There was no one left alive. Rose, didn't you say that you still have friends? Ian, take me to them. Right now, we don't have enough manpower. If we can recruit them, we should grab them as soon as possible. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Han Shoror looked at Rose and said, Okay, I'll take you to them. Rose nodded and prepared to lead the way. Wait. Suddenly, a soft cry came from the checkpoint in the distance. In an instant, the Omphalos guard who had warned Han Shoror many times came to greet him. Han Shoror had a good impression of this person. Seeing that he was in a hurry, Han Shoror smiled and asked in a friendly manner, What's the matter? I heard you're asking about Koge, right? He came over and lowered his voice. Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment and asked puzzledly, How did you know? That wind spirit you asked about is one of us. He told me about it, the guard explained softly to Han Shoror. He then said to Han Shoror, I'll give you a piece of information for free. Kog'Air has just left the Empyrean Peak and should be returning to his residence. If you want to find him, now is the best time to do so." Upon finishing those words, the guard smiled at Han Shoror, turned around, and returned to the Omphalos. Han Shoror was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why this guy kept showing goodwill to him. But when he heard that Kog'Air had left the Empyrean Peak, he immediately changed his mind and decided to get rid of Kog'Air first. After the guard left, Little Skull Han Hao rolled his eyes and voiced his opinion. "Father, did that guy tell us about Kog'Air so that we can get rid of him and then leak the information?" Han Shoror put on a faint smile and nodded approvingly. He thought to himself, "This son of mine is indeed not as naive as the 5 elite zombies." After giving it some thought, Little Skull Han Hao's theory was plausible. The 5 sovereigns of the Fringe were not on good terms with each other. That guard probably wasn't one of Salas's men. If Han Shoror killed Kog'Air and leaked the information, it was very likely that Salas would come after him. Judging from the strength Han Shoror had displayed, even if Han Shoror was defeated and killed by Salas, Salas would have to pay a hefty price. It was an ideal outcome for the sovereigns. "Don't worry. Let's get rid of Kog'Air first. But we need to be careful not to arouse suspicion. Sooner or later, we will have to confront the 5 sovereigns, but not now." Han Shoror's goal in coming to the Fringe was to unify the Fringe. However, as Han Shoror had yet to attain the Skybreak realm in demonic arts, he wasn't confident that he could contend against the 5 sovereigns. "Understood." Little Skull Han Hao nodded after hearing Han Shoror's words. He suddenly said, "Father, you don't have to worry about Kog'Air. Why don't you leave him to me?" Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment. He looked at Little Skull and thought to himself, Little Skull does indeed possess the strength to kill Kog'Air. However, if Kog'Air has some of his followers around him, things would be a little tricky. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shoror bunched his brows and said, "If it is a one-on-one fight, I believe it won't be difficult for you to kill Kog'Air. But what if he has other experts with him? I will bring Little Earth with me. That should be enough. With Little Earth's help, I can launch a sneak attack from anywhere and kill Kog'Air in the shortest time possible. Once he is dead, I will immediately leave with Little Earth. Everything will be fine." Han Hao was very confident. Little Skull Han Hao was famous among the god hunters of the Death Dominion for being ruthless and cruel. Not only did he possess extraordinary strength, but he was also calm and decisive in his actions. In the past 50 years, Han Shoror thought for a moment and agreed to it smilingly. He nodded and said, "All right. Why don't you and Little Earth make a trip together?" It had been proven that the quickest way to improve their strength was to let them face all kinds of dangers and battles alone. Han Shoror understood that. In any case, Kog'Air only possessed mid-stage high god strength. Given the strength displayed by Little Skull, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill him. With Han Tu around, Han Shoror could attack from the front and defend from the back. "Little Earth, come with me," said Little Skull Han Hao softly after taking a glance at Han Tu. Han Tu put on a silly smile and appeared rather excited. He turned to Han Shoror and said, "Father, I'm leaving. If you can't find me, come to the Omphalos in 1 month." Before leaving, Han Shoror instructed Little Skull Han Hao. "Understood, Father." Little Skull nodded and left with Han Tu and Little Skull. "Let's go. I will continue to look for Kog'Air," said Han Shoror as he turned to Rose. Rose said no more. She led the way and flew southwest. Han Shoror, Wood Elite Zombie, Water Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, and Metal Elite Zombie followed behind her. 3 days later, in a swamp that was permeated with miasma, Han Shoror and his party were wandering aimlessly. The sludge of the swamp was emitting a foul stench and bubbling water. When the water bubbles burst, poisonous gases would spread and fill the air. All the animals and plants that could survive in the swamp were more or less poisonous. Along the way, all sorts of bizarre plants would pounce on them. But before they could even get close to Han Shoror and his party, Han Mu would wave his hand and stop them. "Damn it, the plants in this region are really savage. It takes me 1 more energy to control them. Fortunately, I have the viride leaf. Otherwise, I would have to disperse them all the way. I would have to exhaust more than half of the energy in my body." Han Mu was cursing and swearing, saying that the plants in the swamp were not obedient enough. They even dared to question the orders of a tree spirit like him. This made him very displeased. The wood elite zombie was refined from the elemental wood energy of the 5 elements. All plants and weeds also relied on the elemental wood energy to survive. The soul of the wood elite zombie belonged to the highest level. The elemental wood energy within its body could innately control plants and weeds. This was because compared to the wood elite zombie, the wood elite zombie was the lowest level of existence. Their souls did not have complete autonomy. Generally speaking, any living creature that relied on the energy of wood could not escape from wood elite zombie's control. In the Great Forest, wood elite zombie could fuse the energy of wood into every tree. He could control the trees and weeds to attack, and he could also mobilize the energy of wood in the trees to replenish his divine energy. Upon entering the Great Forest, wood elite zombie's strength would increase exponentially. Even a high god might not be a match for him in the Great Forest. However, the plants in this swamp seemed to have been corroded by the poison for too long. They actually possessed very strong tenacity, and would even resist the commands of the wood elite zombie, the spirit of the trees. This caused the wood elite zombie to expend even more energy in order to control them. "Rose, where is that friend of yours?" Han Shoror had unfolded his consciousness along the way but did not detect any signs of life. He was rather puzzled. "I'm not too sure either. That fella has been living here all his life. Besides, he belongs to a special race. He is the most eccentric and strongest of all my friends. After so many years, I don't know if he has left this place or not. Therefore, I'm not too sure either." Rose bunched her brows. She seemed to feel that it was meaningless to search aimlessly. However, she couldn't think of any good ideas. "Let's keep searching. Hopefully, we can find something," said Han Shoror calmly. The party continued to search. Another day passed but they still found nothing. On this day, they arrived at the largest swamp. When they saw enormous bubbles rising from the surface, Han Jin's expression suddenly jolted. He pointed below and said to Han Shoror in a joyful voice, "Father, there's a very strange metal down there. I have never seen it before. Let me take a look." Upon finishing those words, Han Jin suddenly leaped into the swamp. Suddenly, before Han Jin could enter the swamp, a monstrous arm that looked like a steel claw suddenly extended from the bottom of the swamp, grabbed Metal Elite Zombie, and dragged him into the swamp. Chapter 845. Before Han Shoror could react, Metal Elite Zombie was pulled into the bottom of the swamp by the monstrous arm. All that was left were a few small bubbles. Han Shoror was stunned for a moment before he leapt into the swamp. With one thought, the 17 flying swords whizzed out and pierced into the swamp. Metal Elite Zombie and Han Shoror could communicate telepathically. Han Shoror could clearly sense Metal Elite Zombie's position. The 17 flying swords flashed and disappeared into the swamp. Just as Han Shoror approached, earth-shattering rumbles came from the depths of the swamp. Filthy muddy water shot up into the sky. "Come out!" Han Shoror coldly shouted. He used his mind to control the 17 flying swords to wreak havoc in the swamp. 17 flying swords stabbed into the body of a humanoid creature wrapped tightly in mud, directly bringing him out of the depths of the swamp. A few other flying swords struck his body with crackling sounds, producing metallic clangs. "What a monster!" Metal Elite Zombie loudly cursed. He flew out from the swamp after the humanoid creature. His body was covered in mud and he was spitting out toxic muddy water from his mouth. "Rose, how come it's you?" A hoarse roar came from the humanoid creature. Sparks sparkled from the 17 flying swords as the mud on his body slowly fell off. In the blink of an eye, not a trace of filth could be seen on his body. A body with a metallic luster was exposed before everyone's eyes. He had the shape of a human, but the lines on his body were like iron and stone. His eyes glowed with a dusky light. He looked indescribably strange. The 17 flying swords possessed intense corrosive power. However, when they struck the creature's body, they didn't seem to have any effect. His body didn't rot in the slightest and he wasn't affected by the cold energy. "Romont, is that you?" Rose wasn't too sure and cautiously asked. "It's me." The strange creature's dusky eyes turned and sized up Han Shoror and the others. He asked, "What are you doing here? Who are they?" "I came to find you. They are my friends." Rose answered immediately. After a moment of hesitation, Rose asked awkwardly, "Romont, how did you become like this?" "Father, the surface of that guy's body is filled with rare metals, and his internal organs are filled with all kinds of toxins. He's not afraid of your flying sword's attacks." Han Jin flew out of the swamp and shouted. The golden cudgel suddenly appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a towering tree and smashed towards him. Under the attack of Han Shuro's 17 flying swords, the man named Romont appeared calm and unruffled. However, when Metal Elite Zombie attacked with the golden cudgel, he appeared to be very apprehensive and hastily dodged to the side, not bothering to talk to Rose. "Hehe, idiot, your body is full of metal. Where can you escape to?" Han Jin sneered. He didn't seem to make any movements, but the golden cudgel seemed to have eyes of its own. It flew out of his hand and chased after that guy. No matter how that person dodged, he couldn't avoid the golden cudgel's attacks. Violent sounds of attacks rang out on his body. In just a short while, Han Jin's golden cudgel had already struck his body 5 times. The golden cudgel was a metal attribute treasure and had a marvelous ability to sense metals. Romont's body was composed of a large amount of rare metals. He simply couldn't escape the golden cudgel's attacks. Under the miraculous effects of the golden cudgel, no matter where he fled to, he couldn't avoid the attacks. As the saying goes, everything has its vanquisher. It was very reasonable. With his entire body composed of rare metals and his body filled with all kinds of toxins, even Han Shuro wouldn't find it easy to touch Romont. However, the existence of Metal Elite Zombie was faintly restraining him. The golden cudgel had a marvelous ability to sense metals. He wasn't afraid of the bombardment of Han Shuro's 17 flying swords. However, under the continuous and ferocious strikes of the golden cudgel, he was seeing stars. That body of his that could defend against all kinds of divine energy attacks seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. "Damn it, you dare to sneak up on me," Han Jin cursed as he struck. "I might not be able to handle most people, but to kill you, it's just too easy." As the metal attribute spiritual item of the 5 elite zombies, Metal Elite Zombie was simply the bane of Romont. The golden cudgel in his hand was even more lethal. It left Romont with nowhere to run. After a short while, Romont gave up on his futile attempts to flee. He shouted at Rose, "I didn't know it was you. Tell him to stop. Rose, we were comrades in arms back then. I even helped you when Buzz and Bertha were hunting you down. How can you just stand by and watch? Let him go." Rose pleaded as she looked at Han Shuro. "Back then, Romont did help me. If it wasn't for him, I might not have been able to escape from the fringe. I don't think he did it on purpose. Besides, now that he has been taught a lesson, it should be enough, right?" Han Shuro didn't come here to kill anyone. When he saw that Romont had been taught a lesson, Han Shuro nodded at Han Jin and smilingly said, "Have you had enough? Stinking brat, stop right now." Han Jin put on a mischievous smile. He raised his hand and waved. The golden cudgel that had been staring at Romont flew back to him. It rapidly shrunk to the size of a needle when it returned to Han Jin's hand. "Father, this fella's body structure is unique. I'm afraid that an average high god won't be a match for him. Hehe, it's unfortunate that he ran into me. I can play with him however I want," said Han Jin complacently. He had a great sense of accomplishment. After the golden cudgel was withdrawn, Romont, who was seeing stars, gradually returned to normal. After a while, he put on a grimace and said to Rose, "Long time no see. You're really something." The outer layer of Romont's body was made of rare metals. However, not all of the metals were as hard as iron or stone. Some of them were shockingly flexible and tough. The metal on Romont's face, in particular, could contract and compress freely like skin. It did not affect the rich expressions on his face at all. "You were hiding in the swamp and attacked me as soon as you appeared. How would I know that it was you?" Rose glared at Romont and asked in astonishment, "Romont, how did you end up like this? I don't remember you looking like this before." Not only Rose, but Han Shuro was also very curious. He had no idea how Han Shuro managed to transform into this form. It was obvious that Han Shuro was not born with such a body. He must have obtained it through some fortuitous encounter. Fortunately, Han Shuro had Metal Elite Zombie with him. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to deal with this fella. Han Shuro observed for a moment and noticed that the area was littered with white bones. He reckoned that many gods had died in this area. If Han Shuro's guess was right, those gods were killed by Romont. This indicated that Romont possessed extraordinary strength. Not long after you left the fringe, I was besieged and severely injured. I desperately fled to this place. Here, my body was corroded by all sorts of toxins and started to rot. Disheartened, I crawled into the swamp. I don't know why, but the rare metals and toxins in the swamp slowly attached themselves to my rotting body. I thought I was going to die soon, so I just kept waiting. I didn't expect that after hundreds of years, I would still be alive, and my body would also undergo earth-shattering changes. That's how I ended up like this. Roman recounted his experience under Rose's questioning. Right under the swamp. Rose was stunned. She did not expect that Han Shuro would have such a strange experience. Romont nodded and put on a strange expression. He continued, "That's right. I don't even know what I am now. Not only my body, but even my divine soul has changed. Sometimes, I even feel that I am a piece of stone, as though I have been dead for a very long time." Roman had a blank look on his face. He seemed to be in a daze, as if he no longer existed. "I've noticed that there are many corpses in this swamp. Were they all killed by you?" Han Shuro smiled and suddenly interjected with a question. "Yes. Many years ago, I killed a few people who came in here. One of them managed to escape. As soon as he left this swamp, he started spreading rumors that I have a great treasure in my body. The fringe is never short of greedy and ruthless people. For a long period of time, I was hunted down by those who came in to kill me. If it wasn't for the earth-shattering changes in my body, I would have been killed long ago. All these years, I would proactively kill those who came to this swamp to warn those people not to act rashly. I thought you were the same kind of people. That's why I attacked you," explained Romont. Han Shuro smiled and nodded at Rose. He said, not bad at all. To be able to kill so many intruders, he must have some skills. Tell him about it." The reason Rose brought Han Shuro here was to recruit Romont. After hearing Han Shuro's words, Rose looked at Romont and said, "Romont, follow my master. Buzz and Bertha have been killed. You can't stay in this swamp forever, can you?" "What? Buzz and Bertha are dead?" Romont was shocked. He looked at Han Shuro suspiciously and asked, "You killed them? You can say that." Han Shuro smiled and said to Romont, "I don't think it's easy to stay in this swamp. If you stay here forever, you will only gradually lose yourself. Come with me. I can see that your body is special. Perhaps it can bring you some benefits." Romont's body was an excellent material for refining weapons. As long as Han Shuro put his heart into it, he could use Romont as a base to refine a weapon. Perhaps he could enhance Romont's potential. "You can hide from others, but you can't hide from me. If you don't agree, I'll beat you to death," sneered Han Jin. He took out the golden cudgel and swung it at Romont from a distance. One was tempting, the other was threatening, and Rose was playing the emotional card. Roman's face was filled with bitterness. He hung his head, realizing that he had no choice at all. After hesitating for a while, he nodded helplessly and expectantly. Chapter 846. In the swamp, Romont's entire body was buried deep in the mud. Han Shuro was constantly instructing Metal Elite Zombie to throw colorful ores into the swamp. "What are you trying to do?" Romont's face was full of suspicion and worry. "Don't worry, you will understand what I'm trying to do after some time." Romont, don't worry. It will only benefit you and won't cause any harm to your body." Han Shuro smiled mysteriously and continued to instruct Han Jin to throw rocks into the swamp. There were some rare ores in this swamp area. As long as Metal Elite Zombie put in a bit of effort, he would be able to gather all those rare ores. In addition, Han Shuro and Metal Elite Zombie had stored a large amount of exotic ores in their space rings. These ores were enough for Han Shuo to use to refine Romont's body. "Master, will there be any problems?" Rose was a little worried. She had indeed seen Han Shuo refine weapons before, but at that time, Han Shuo only used inanimate objects. She had never seen him directly using a living person to refine weapons. No matter what, Romont had saved her when she was in danger. She didn't want anything to happen to Romont. To Rose, this was something unimaginable. However, to Han Shuo, it was a common occurrence. Little Skull, the 5 elite zombies, and Dark Dragon Gilbert were all refined by Han Shuo using this method. Han Shuo was already familiar with this process and wasn't worried at all. The process will indeed be a little painful, but he will definitely be satisfied with the result. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Han Shuo smiled. Rose had always trusted Han Shuo. Hearing his guarantee, she finally relaxed. She shouted at Romont from afar, "Romont, don't worry. It might be a little unbearable along the way. But don't worry, you'll be fine." It would have been better if she hadn't said it, but with her shouting, Romont became even more nervous. With a long face, he begged Han Shuo, "Can you not do it? I feel that my current body condition is very good." Shaking his head, Han Shuo smiled somewhat evilly. "I'll make your body even better. Heh, you just stay put. I promise that it'll take at most a month for your body to adapt to the presence of metal and poison. You'll find that your new body is even stronger than it is now. Han Jin, throw all those rare metals in," shouted Han Shuo. He pointed at Wood Elite Zombie Han Mu and said smilingly, "Little Wood, throw in all the random poisons that you have gathered from the vicinity and dissolve them." "Coming, father." Han Mu appeared to be very proactive. One after another, large wooden buckets flew over from the air. Each bucket was filled with a foul-smelling, jet-black liquid. Han Mu manipulated the buckets and poured them into the swamp. When Han Shuai saw all kinds of metals and all sorts of strange poisons being forced into the swamp, he immediately mobilized the elemental energy of water and injected it into the swamp. The water force rotated the swamp at high speed, stirring up all the random substances in the swamp. When everything was ready, Han Hu took action. One after another, flames flew out from the fire lotus and fell into the swamp. The water that Han Shuai had injected into the swamp, along with some of the original liquids in the swamp, were roasted into smoke by the raging flames. The sludge gradually lost its moisture and dried up, tightly wrapping around Romont. With one thought, the 17 flying swords whizzed out and arranged themselves into a small-scale energy-gathering formation. Han Shuo then poured his demonic yuan into the swamp, fanning Han Hua's raging flames. The entire swamp was set ablaze. The flames were tens of feet tall and scorching hot. Han Shuai and Rose immediately backed away from the flames. "It's so hot. Ah!" Romont felt his body getting hotter and hotter under the roasting of the flames. His body contained many rare metals. Although he might not be afraid of blades, metals had the ability to conduct heat. This degree of roasting would cause his entire body to be bathed in scorching heat. This is just the beginning. "Don't be afraid of pain." Han Shuo let out a strange chuckle and said, "My sons can endure this degree of pain. You will definitely be able to endure it to the end." Romont, hold fast to your divine soul. Don't worry about your body. Only by doing so can you improve yourself to the greatest extent. Romont felt his internal organs burning. The pain was so excruciating that it tore his lungs apart. He shouted and screamed, trying to break free from the swamp's binding force. Han Shuo nodded at Han Jin when he saw Romont desperately trying to break free from the swamp. The golden cudgel suddenly smashed down from the 9th heaven. With a loud clang, Romont was struck so hard that he saw stars. All the energy in his body was drained. Romont was in a daze. He looked up to the sky and cursed. He had lost the strength to charge out again. Han Jin laughed strangely. No matter how loud Romont yelled, as long as he gathered his strength and was ready to break free, Han Jin would control the golden cudgel to strike him. This would immediately make Romont dizzy and temporarily make him lose his resistance. Rose, who was watching from the side, was alarmed. She was worried that if the thick and heavy golden cudgel fell, Romont would be directly killed. She was full of doubts about Han Shuor's methods. She didn't understand why he would use such a cruel method to treat Romont. If you want to raise your potential in the shortest time possible, you need to endure pain that ordinary people can't bear. Han Shuor understood what Rose was worried about. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Romont will be fine. When he comes out, he will definitely thank me for everything I have done for him." Since Han Shuor said so, Rose had nothing else to say. For 7 days in a row, Fire Elite Zombie unceasingly roasted the swamp with the flames of the Fire Lotus. From time to time, Han Jin would throw in new ores. During these 7 days, Romont felt as though he was being tortured by thousands of demons, enduring pain that ordinary people couldn't bear. Every time he wanted to break free or was about to faint from the pain, Han Jin's golden cudgel would descend from the sky, preventing him from getting rid of the inhuman pain for even a moment. On the 10th day, Romont, who felt as though he had died several times, suddenly discovered that strands of bizarre energy from the swamp flowed into his divine body. That energy had an extremely marvelous connection with his body. Once it entered his body, it greatly reduced the acidity in his body. Suddenly, marvelous changes occurred in his body. Romont discovered that the amount of metal in his body was increasing. Moreover, they were reorganizing in a marvelous pattern, undergoing an unimaginable transformation. Strands of weak acidity unceasingly flowed through his limbs and bones, causing his internal organs to similarly undergo miraculous changes. Romont, who had been howling crazily, suddenly quieted down. He obediently accepted the roaring flames and no longer tried to break free from the swamp's shackles. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Luo Meng and the mud that covered his entire body was like a red-hot soldering iron. His whole body was silent, like a boulder that was still. Could he have been burned to death? Rose's face was unsightly. The more she looked, the more she felt that Romont was most likely doomed. "Don't worry, now is the best time. Before long, he will be standing in front of you again." Han Shuor comforted Rose. Rose was dubious. She kept staring at Romont, thinking, "Please don't die, or else I'll really be guilty." Another 3 days passed. The Fire Elite Zombie also stopped roasting Romont. The red sludge that covered Romont's body had now completely turned into incomparably hard, bizarre metal. From afar, Romont looked like a small volcano, his entire body emitting scorching light and heat. "It's about time, he should be able to come out tonight." Han Shuor carefully sensed and came to this conclusion from Romont's divine soul undulations. "I hope so." Rose's face was full of remorse. She seemed to feel that bringing Han Shuor to find Romont was a mistake. She pondered in her heart, if Romont really died, what should she do with Han Shuor? With this in mind, Rose looked at Han Shuor with a somewhat strange gaze. She thought for a moment and suddenly sighed helplessly in her heart. She knew that even if Romont was really killed by Han Shuor, she wouldn't be able to do anything to Han Shuor. This made her flustered and she didn't know what to do. The moonlight was bright and clear at night. Romont, who had been burning hot all along, suddenly emitted thick smoke, as though his body had been doused with ice water. The scorching temperature in the surroundings also rapidly subsided, as though Romont had drilled into a glacier. The high temperature of his body rapidly disappeared. After a while, the thick smoke dispersed. Romont was no longer as red as a branding iron and had returned to normal. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, Romont suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with ecstasy. With a twist of his body, he sprang out of the swamp like liquid metal. He stretched out his arm and turned it into a sharp knife. His shoulders and wrists also had cold gleams of blades protruding out. He opened his mouth and spat out a colorless smoke. The pungent smell indicated that it was definitely poisonous. Laughing loudly, Romont's face was full of excitement. His arms and legs could turn into the shape of any weapon. Even his entire body could instantly turn into a shining, poisonous giant steel sword. The metal in his body seemed to be under his complete control. As long as he willed it, it seemed like he could turn his body into any sharp weapon. Rose was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "How could this be? This is too magical. Now you won't blame me for making him hover between life and death, right?" Han Shuor laughed and teased Rose. "You bastard, consider yourself lucky. Other than my father, who else could activate all the potential in your body and use your body to refine a weapon and turn it into such a form? With your current form, there are even fewer people who can harm you. Other than me, who has an innate ability to control metal, I'm afraid that even an average high god wouldn't be able to harm you at all. Metal Elite Zombie looked at Romont and groaned. Perhaps inspired by Roman's abnormal body, he had been frowning during this period of time, thinking about ways to use rare metals to increase his body's defense. After discussing with Han Shuror for a few times, Metal Elite Zombie had gained some insights. He used several types of metals to strengthen his own body. Romont took a step forward, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed before Han Shuror. He said with heartfelt admiration, "Thank you, Master. I am convinced." Chapter 847. While Han Shuror was refining Romont's body, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Han Tu were faced with a difficult choice. 250 miles south of the Empyrean Peak, Koge and his men had just robbed a caravan. They were counting the loot and laughing maniacally from time to time. Little Skull, Han Hao, and Han Tu were deep underground beneath Koge's feet. Through the pulsation of the earth, Han Tu could clearly sense the location of Koge and his men. He could even roughly estimate their numbers and strength. Brother, apart from Koge, there are 4 high gods and 16 mid-gods. Moreover, they are all gathered together. Should we attack them now? Han Tu was used to obeying Little Skull, Han Hao's orders. After carefully sensing for a moment, he asked for Han Hao's opinion. Han Hao wore a calm face and his purple demon eye glowed brightly. He calmly shook his head and said, "Wait. Do not attack unless there is a suitable opportunity." Han Tu did not say a word and continued to carefully observe the situation above him. 3 days later, Han Tu suddenly reported to Han Hao, "It seems that another group of people is coming. They are very strong and there are quite a number of them. I wonder if they are Koge's men." "Where are they?" asked Han Hao after staring blankly for a moment. "About 25 miles away from Koge. They seem to be approaching us," replied Han Tu after sensing for a moment. Han Hao, Little Skull, released a demon general and flew out through the tunnel that Han Tu had opened. He stealthily flew in the direction that Han Tu had pointed out. Naturally, the demon generals he refined were not as miraculous as the ones in the cauldron of myriad demon. Therefore, even though Koge and his men were right above him, Han Hao did not dare to send his demon general too close for fear of alerting them. About 25 miles away from Koge and his men, a group of people had concealed themselves and were cautiously approaching Koge. "Lord Polo, Koge is one of Salas's men. Won't we anger Salas by attacking him?" asked Kodiak, who was following Polo closely. Polo laughed mischievously and said, "Although Salas is powerful, why would the God Hunter Alliance fear him? The forces of our God Hunter Alliance are spread across the 12 dominions and our leader is stronger than Salas. We don't need to worry too much about him." After taking a short pause, Bolten chuckled mischievously and continued, "Besides, who would know that it was us who did it? At that time, we just need to find some scapegoats. I think Salas doesn't have a massive god body. How could he suspect us?" "Yes, my lord." Kodiak saw that Polo had made up his mind and knew that it was useless to say anything else. "After we kill Koge, bring his head to Han Hao. Consider it my gift to him in the fringe." Bo Luo's face was gloomy as he said, "I didn't expect them to be so powerful. So many forces gathered together, but 400 to 500 of them were slaughtered. Han Hao really can't be underestimated." "But it seems that it was someone else who did it," Kodiak corrected. The news of Tanai's death spread like wildfire across the fringe. As one of the most powerful forces in the fringe, Polo received the news very quickly. When he learned that Han Shuror and his followers were so ferocious, he was astonished. He had fought with Han Hao several times and knew that Han Hao wouldn't be easy to deal with. But he did not expect that Han Hao would be so powerful. Judging from the current situation, Han Hao would surely enter the fringe. As a fellow god hunter, Polo was prepared to build a good relationship with Little Skull Han Hao so that he could prepare for the great changes in the fringe. "No matter who did it, we can be sure that Han Hao has a close relationship with them," Polo said mischievously. Polo chuckled and said, "That's good enough. Koge has been going crazy lately, stealing a lot of our business. I've been pissed off by him for a long time, so I'll take this opportunity to destroy him." Kodiak stared blankly for a moment. He suddenly realized that this might be the reason why Polo took action. He knew a little about his leader's temperament. Usually, Polo was good at scheming. But sometimes, when his temper flared up, he would not care about the consequences. Some time ago, Koge, relying on the fact that he had Salas as his backer, had repeatedly attacked the Fringe's territory. That had long since infuriated Polo. It appeared that Polo had been preparing to deal with Koge for a long time. This time, it was just a coincidence. Deep underground, Little Skull Han Hao rolled his eyes and softly said, "So it's him." Han Tu stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "Big brother, do you know him?" Little Skull nodded. His expression was rather odd, as though he found it strange that someone was trying to please him. He turned to Han Tu and solemnly said, "Get ready. We will make our move in a moment. The one coming is a friend and not an enemy. Make sure not to accidentally injure him." "Big brother, you have friends in the Fringe?" Han Tu was even more puzzled. He found his big brother to be more and more mysterious. He wondered how his big brother could have changed so much after being away from his father for 50 years. Not exactly a friend. He's just a guy with ulterior motives. In Han Hao's heart, there was no such thing as a friend. Other than Han Shao and the 5 elite zombies, everyone else could be categorized as either subordinates or enemies. Han Hao had no need for friends. "I understand." "Get ready," cried Han Tu excitedly. He was ready to make his move at any moment. "My lord, we are about to reach the underground base. Lord Salas is very satisfied with the ores we got. He will definitely take good care of us in the future," said a bald burly man fawningly to Koge. Koge's face turned cold. He replied, "We need to seize this opportunity to do more business. We have more and more brothers. The next time we do business, we will do it big." Koge was an ambitious man. He did not expect that his subordinates in the underground base had already been wiped out by Han Shao. "You are right, my lord. I heard that Ethereal City has a new city lord. We should try our best to make more connections. Back when Baum was still around, he would give us some benefits every year. Now that there is a new city lord, we must give him a shock," suggested the bald man. "Shut up. Don't give me any dirty ideas." Koge coldly groaned and said, "When that guy named McKinley settled in Ethereal City, it was the overgod of space who cleared all obstacles. Who do you think we are? Don't provoke the people from Ethereal City during this period of time." The bald man immediately put on a long face and did not say a word. He felt extremely aggrieved. "Enemies!" Koge suddenly cried out. He put on a vigilant face and said, "Be careful. Someone is approaching." Those on Koge's side were all battle-hardened demons. After hearing Koge's warning, they began to pay close attention to their surroundings. Suddenly, they noticed that the trees around them were lightly trembling. Soft rustling sounds were getting closer and closer. "Long time no see, Koge." Polo's voice sounded from behind a large tree. Slowly, his tall and sturdy figure came into view. Koge bunched his brows and said in a displeased tone, "Polo, what is the meaning of this? We have always minded our own business. Are you trying to make an enemy out of me by surrounding me with your men?" "Oh Koge, haven't you been meddling a little too much lately?" Polo sneered. He was secretly waiting for his subordinates to spread out and surround Koge's men. Koge was an expert in such tactics. When he saw that Polo's eyes were flickering while talking to him, he knew that Polo was up to no good. Koge did not have many men on his side and he was not as strong as Polo. He was startled and immediately shrieked, "Polo, you dare to touch me? Do you believe that Lord Salas will annihilate all of your men? Who knows?" "Ha ha!" Polo laughed. Then, his smile faded and he coldly shouted, "Kill them." The people who were slowly dispersing towards Koge suddenly sped up and pounced towards Koge's men. Each and every one of Polo's God Hunter subordinates were ferocious and vicious. They roared ferociously and attacked in small groups of 3 to 5. They even knew how to cooperate with each other. "Polo, how dare you?" Koge was greatly alarmed. He did not expect that Polo would launch such a ferocious attack right from the start. "Why wouldn't I?" Polo laughed. "Do you think that no one will dare to touch you because you have Salas's protection? Koge, for you to dare to do business in our territory means that you are looking down on me. You know exactly what kind of person I am, and yet you still dare to act like this. You should have known that you would end up like this." The smile on Polo's face grew more and more malevolent. He sneered, "Brothers, kill them. Absorb all their divine energy." Polo's subordinates were indescribably excited and they swarmed towards Koge's men. They had more men than Koge's men. If 5 or 6 of them were to attack a single man, they would not give him a chance to defend himself. They would immediately defeat and absorb their divine energy. In just a short while, 5 or 6 of Koge's men had been killed. Those god hunters would get excited when they saw their prey and would spare no effort in attacking. Koge's men were forced to retreat. "Polo, there has been a misunderstanding between us." Koge's heart grew colder and colder. He did not expect that Polo would not even give face to Salas. Previously, it was because of Salas that he dared to wander around Polo's territory. After making a few deals, he realized that Polo did not take any action. He assumed that Polo was afraid of Salas, so he did not have to worry about anything. Koge did not expect that Polo would kill all of Koge's men the moment he made a move. This was completely out of Koge's expectation. He started to feel fear. "Are you afraid now? Hihi, it's too late. You will die today. If you don't die today, once word of this reaches Salas's ears, things will get troublesome." Polo sneered. He too, prepared to kill Koge. "Polo, he's mine. Don't touch him." Suddenly, a tranquil voice sounded from beneath the ground. Han Hao, the little skull, mysteriously emerged from the battlefield and pointed his bone spear at Koge. Chapter 848. No matter how Polo thought about it, he could never have imagined that Han Hao would suddenly show up at this moment. Polo was stunned on the spot. He stared at Han Hao in astonishment and asked, "Why are you here?" Han Hao wore a calm expression and paid no attention to the battle. His purple demon eye focused on Koge as he said, "My purpose is the same as yours, to kill." Polo was speechless. He took a deep look at Han Hao for a moment before he laughed heartily and said, "Very well. Since you are going to fight, you will save me the trouble." Polo alone was enough to give Koge a headache. Now that Han Hao had shown up, he was even more at a loss. Koge looked at Han Shao suspiciously. He wasn't sure who Han Shao was. "Who are you? I don't remember seeing an enemy like you, do I?" Koge carefully thought for a moment and was certain that he did not know Han Hao. "Some time ago, you robbed a batch of ores and killed some people, didn't you?" Han Hao did not attack immediately but asked in a cold voice. Polo's underlings continued to kill Koge's men. In just a short while, a few more of Koge's underlings had their divine energy sucked out of their bodies and died. Polo's god hunters shouted and screamed as they flew around in a frenzy, blocking the escape routes of Koge's underlings. Koge grew more and more uneasy. He did not know how to deal with the situation as he watched his underlings die one after another. For the first time in his life, he felt regret. It was only natural that Polo had come prepared. His underlings, be it in terms of strength or numbers, were more than enough to defeat Koge. "That's right. I did rob a batch of ores some time ago," Koge did not deny it. "Did it have anything to do with you? You were definitely not there. The only one who escaped wasn't as powerful as you are." "That's right." Han Hao, the little skull, nodded and said, "The only one who escaped is my friend. I am here today to deliver your head to him." "How arrogant of you!" Koge shouted. He looked at Polo and Han Hao coldly and said, "Do you really think that I am dead for sure? As long as I leave today, Lord Salas will definitely not let you off. When I return to the underground lair and assemble my subordinates, I will let you know the consequences of offending me." "Han Hao, be careful. Don't let him escape," Polo shouted, reminding Han Hao that Koge might seize the opportunity to escape. By now, most of Koge's men were dead. Facing two powerful enemies, Polo and Han Hao, it was impossible for Koge to rescue his men by himself. As long as there's life, there's hope. Koge knew that he was no match for Polo. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a wind elemental divine artifact bestowed by Salas and prepared to leave this place as soon as possible. With a thought, the 7 bone spurs on Han Hao's back suddenly whizzed out. Without waiting for Kog'Air to activate the wind-wielding boots, the 7 bone spurs streaked across the sky and arrived in front of Kog'Air, attacking him in a frenzy. Holding the 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand, Han Hao's thin figure was like an erratic cloud, approaching Kog'Air in an eerie manner. Just as Kog'Air was about to activate his wind elemental divine artifact, he suddenly discovered that 7 terrifying energies had arrived before him. Not giving him a chance to escape, they blocked off all paths of escape. An extremely bizarre barrier suddenly formed around him. Even the air and wind stopped flowing inside the barrier. Kog'Air was horrified. He suddenly felt that it would be impossible for him to use the wind-wielding boots to escape from this strange barrier. Kog'Air had no choice but to defend against the 7 bone spurs. He temporarily gave up on the thought of escaping and took out a pitch-black shield. As soon as the shield unfolded, dense element of darkness flowed out and formed clusters of clouds that enveloped Kog'Air. Just like Rose, Kog'Air possessed mid-stage high god strength of darkness. Although a character of his level would be very formidable against an ordinary fringe god, he had no chance of winning against Little Skull Han Hao, who cultivated in both the energy of death and demonic arts. From the moment Kog'Air was enveloped by the bizarre energy of the 7 bone spurs, it seemed as though he was destined to die. As soon as Little Skull Han Hao got close to Kog'Air, he launched even faster and more frenzied attacks at Kog'Air. Including the bone spur in Han Hao's hand, there were a total of 8 bone spurs. They whizzed in all directions under Han Hao's demonic arts, and their trajectories were erratic. Every single one of them carried the power to reap the souls of others and shattered the darkness divine energy that Kog'Air exerted with great effort. From beginning to end, Kog'Air could only defend himself. Although he had the wind-wielding boots, he did not have the opportunity to use them. Although Polo had the wind-wielding boots, he did not have the opportunity to use them. Although Polo was familiar with Han Hao, he rarely had the opportunity to see Han Hao in action. At this moment, Polo was staring at the callous-looking Han Hao with glistening eyes. His heart was filled with astonishment. Ever since Han Hao joined the God Hunter Alliance, many had been speculating about his true strength. At first, Han Shao found it very difficult to deal with a mid-god. Then, one day, a high god was killed by him. It was only then that people started to re-evaluate Han Hao's strength. Many god hunters couldn't fathom Han Hao's strength. As he cultivated in demonic arts, he could often kill experts who were much stronger than him. Polo had heard that Han Hao only possessed early-stage high god of death strength, and after meeting Han Hao a few times, he agreed with Han Hao's statement. But now, Han Hao had the overwhelming advantage. Kog'Air, who possessed mid-stage high god strength, had no way of fighting back. Just how strong is this fella? Polo was puzzled. His eyes were flickering non-stop. PFFF. Under the unpredictable attacks of Little Skull Han Hao's 8 bone spurs, Kog'Air was finally unable to fully defend himself. His shoulder was pierced by one of the bone spurs. Kog'Air suddenly felt fatigued after being pierced by one of the bone spurs. The divine energy in his body was running out of control like a wild horse. Kog'Air lowered his head and saw that his shoulder was slowly rotting. There seemed to be many tiny bugs that were hard to see with the naked eye tearing at his flesh. It's poisoned. Kog'Air was shocked and terrified. After fighting with Han Hao for a while, Kog'Air discovered that the expressionless Han Hao was a killing machine that made no mistakes. From beginning to end, Han Hao did not show any strong emotions. It was as though Han Hao was an outsider, controlling every single detail of the battlefield. He had sealed off all of Kog'Air's escape routes with his bone spurs and extinguished the hope in Kog'Air's heart. Who is this guy? Is he even human? If he is, how can he not show any emotions? Kog'Air was terrified. The more he fought, the more terrified he became. Perhaps it was due to Little Skeleton's unique life form that every time he fought, he would not show the slightest ripple of emotion. He would perfectly display the realm of mind, soul, and body as one. Perhaps it was because of Little Skeleton's unique life form that he would never show any emotion during a battle, perfectly displaying the realm of mind, soul, and body. In a battle, Only by reaching a state of absolute calmness could one not be affected by the opponent's provocation and maximize one's combat strength to the greatest extent. This was really a very terrifying thing. Kog'Air was deeply aware of this. Bang! The death aura on the bone spear slammed into Kog'Air's body, causing him to stagger backward. The bone spurs that had been hovering around Kog'Air took this opportunity to rush forward. 3 of them broke through Kog'Air's defense and stabbed into his body. Little Skull Han Hao suddenly stopped attacking. He looked calmly at Kog'Air, whose face was ashen, and said indifferently, "Your subordinates in the underground lair are all dead. I will take over all your savings." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 bone spurs stabbed into Kog'Air's body like agile snakes drilled into his body. Creak, creak. A hair-raising sound came from inside Kog'Air's body. Suddenly, Kog'Air's 7 orifices spurted blood. The breath of life in his eyes dissipated little by little along with the spurting of blood. With a swing of the 3-meter-long bone spear, Kog'Air's head was lifted into the air. It was accurately picked up by the bone spear and placed into a glass container that Little Skull had prepared. Boom! Kog'Air's headless body suddenly exploded. The 3 bone spurs, like long snakes that had drunk their fill of blood, returned to his back. By now, none of Kog'Air's followers were left alive. Polo and the other god hunters were dumbstruck as they watched Han Hao brutally murder Kog'Air. From the beginning to the end, Han Hao's face was emotionless as though he was used to doing such a thing. He did not show the slightest bit of emotion. No wonder his lordship valued him so much. This youngster is too terrifying. To possess such ruthless and cruel means at such a young age, he will surely become one of the strongest among us in the future. Kodiak sighed in his mind. He suddenly felt that Polo's judgment was indeed extraordinary. To possess such strength and means at such a young age, his future prospects will be limitless. Han Hao, I should be the one thanking you. Polo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had intended to kill Kog'Air and use his head to curry favor with Han Hao. Little did he expect that Han Hao would suddenly appear and kill Kog'Air. With this, Polo would not be able to repay Polo's favor. In fact, he would even owe Han Hao a favor. Han Hao, the little skull, looked at Polo with an expressionless face. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with that. He nodded and indifferently replied, "No need to thank me. You have also helped me take care of Kog'Air's subordinates. Since we share the same goal, we don't owe each other anything. Then let's just say that we don't owe each other anything." After weighing in his mind for a moment, Polo suddenly asked, "If Salas investigates this matter, what will you do about it?" "It's none of our business. Just find some random people in the vicinity and kill them. Throw their corpses here and blame it on the other 4 sovereigns." Han Hao bunched his brows and said, "Kog'Air is just a small fry. Salas might not care about him. He thinks too highly of himself." Polo agreed wholeheartedly. He put on a mischievous smile and said, "That's right, let's do it." Chapter 849. Having lived in the fringe for many years, Polo was a treacherous and cunning man. He did not need any instructions from Han Hao before he ordered his subordinates to take care of the matter. It did not take long before Polo's subordinates, led by Kodiak, returned with a few corpses. "My lord, these people are the subordinates of the other sovereigns. Even if someone were to pursue them, they would not be able to escape," replied Kodiak with a sinister smile. "Yes. Clean up the surroundings and don't leave any traces behind," instructed Polo. Then, he turned to Han Hao and smilingly said, "I did not expect that you would come. Haha, I have heard all about what you did outside the Omphalos. All the factions in the fringe are talking about you." Han Hao looked at Polo with a puzzled expression and asked, "What are you trying to say?" "Hee hee." Polo put on a rather embarrassed smile and said, "No matter what, we are friends. Yes, I, Polo, have some connections in the fringe. If you really want to develop in the fringe, as members of the alliance, we should support each other. Don't you think so?" Han Hao put on a wooden face and replied, "You are right." After taking a short pause, he bunched his brows and asked, "By support, what do you mean?" "We god hunters and the 5 sovereigns have always minded our own business. Besides, we are not limited to the fringe. However, the 5 sovereigns are the overlords of the fringe. If you really want to develop in the fringe, you will inevitably come into contact with the 5 sovereigns. Based on my understanding of the 5 sovereigns, it is only a matter of time before you cross swords with them. What I'm trying to say is that I am willing to stand by your side. Polo was rather apprehensive when he said those words. Having lived in the fringe for so many years, he knew very well how vicious and cruel the 5 sovereigns could be. It was a difficult decision for him to make. Han Hao's interest was suddenly piqued. His purple demon eye glistened as it scanned Polo's body. He asked again, "In what way will you stand on my side?" "An ally." "That's right, an ally," affirmed Polo. Han Hao shook his head, put on an indifferent expression, and said, "We don't need allies." Looking straight at Polo, Han Hao said, "Polo, if you really have the heart, hand over your men to me." This was definitely not Polo's original intention. After listening to Han Hao's words, Polo was stunned for a long time before he said, "Han Hao, I admit that your strength is extraordinary. However, in the God Hunter Alliance, I, Polo, am not any less famous than you are, and I have been around longer than you. You want me to follow you?" Nodding indifferently, Han Hao was not joking at all. "You decide. In short, I don't need allies." Han Hao could feel a slight tremor coming from underground. He knew that Han too was starting to panic because he had no idea what was happening above. Without wasting any more time, Han Hao spoke again, "You can think about it yourself. I'll be leaving first. Since you've helped me today, I won't do anything to you in the fringe. Make up your mind." Upon finishing those words, Han Hao flew away without sparing a glance at the God Hunters. Polo and his followers stared blankly at Han Hao's silhouette flickering in the void for a few moments before disappearing. After a while, Polo came to his senses. His face turned gloomy as he said, "Han Hao, you are too arrogant." Kodiak was furious. He replied, "My lord, that fella is so arrogant at such a young age. It seems that we have done all this for nothing." Polo's face turned ugly. He coldly groaned and said, "Let's see how much of a storm he can stir up in the fringe. Let's not make a decision in a hurry. If he can prove that he has the strength to make me submit, I will consider it." Given his status and strength in the God Hunter Alliance, it was already a great honor for him to be willing to ally with Han Hao. He did not expect that Han Hao would not give him any face at all. Polo felt humiliated as though he had been snubbed despite his warm face. Meanwhile, Han Shao, Rose, Wood Elite Zombie, and the others were roaming around the fringe. However, there was one more person in the party, Romont. Ever since Romont escaped from the swamp, he had wholeheartedly submitted to Han Shao. Having experienced the earth-shattering changes in his body and the wonderful benefits that Han Shao had brought him, Romont had begun to revere Han Shao as if he was a god. Romont had to be extremely careful with every move he made. He did not even dare to yell in front of Han Shao. In just a dozen or so days, Romont's body's potential had greatly increased. With one thought, his body could become as hard as the toughest iron and stone. With another thought, he could transform into an invincible weapon. Even the toxins in his body could be stimulated. He had become a very special existence. "Master, if those fellas don't listen to you, leave them to me. Hehe, I'll make them behave." Roman kept volunteering along the way, wanting to show off his skills. "Romont, what nonsense are you talking about?" Rose coldly groaned and said, "We are going to invite them. They are our friends. How can you be so reckless? It is their honor to serve you, master. I am just helping them out of kindness." Romont could not stop talking about Han Shao. In his mind, Han Hao was even more miraculous than the 5 sovereigns of the fringe. Romont's own transformation had filled him with confidence in Han Shao. Han Shao put on a smile and did not take Romont's words to heart. He turned to Rose and asked, "We're almost there, right? He's at the top of the barren mountain up ahead. I remember that fella has always been there." "I hope he hasn't left," replied Rose as she pointed to the front and led the way. After a while, Rose stood on top of a barren mountain. She called out in a clear and cold voice, "Zovich." Lightning flashed across the void and a shriveled figure landed on the barren mountain. It was a wretched-looking old man. He looked all around and laughed loudly. "Rose, is that really you?" I heard about what happened at the Omphalos recently. I know that Buzz and Bertha are dead. I also heard that you have returned. I thought that it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect that you are really back. The little old man was only 1.5 meters tall. He cultivated in the energy of lightning and was a mid-stage high god. He had a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks. But when he looked at Rose, his eyes were filled with sincerity and unconcealable excitement. Thank goodness you're still alive. It was rare for Rose to put on a smile. She introduced the old man to Han Shoror. This is Zovich that I told you about. I even saved his life once. Haha, although he isn't good-looking, he has a good heart and is very warm-hearted to his friends. After introducing Zovich to Han Shoror, Rose put on a somewhat bashful look. She took a glance at Han Shoror and said, "This is Brian, my current master. Buzz and Bertha were killed by him." Zovich was very surprised. He looked at Han Shoror carefully for a while and found Han Shoror's youth to be rather unbelievable. When he recalled the recent rumors about Omphalos and his party, Zovich started to doubt himself. He thought to himself, these few youngsters are the maniacs who have killed 500 to 600 brute gods. I've heard a little about what happened at the Omphalos. Hehe, I didn't expect you to be so young. Zovich lamented. He then turned to Rose and smilingly asked, "Little Rose, what brings you here? Come out, Zovich. Don't hide in your shell and cultivate like a turtle." Rose invited him solemnly. Zovich seemed to have expected that Rose would say that. He wasn't surprised at all. However, he did not agree to it. He smiled at Han Shoror and asked, "There are 5 sovereigns in the fringe. I want to ask you, do you have the confidence to defeat any one of them?" Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment before he calmly shook his head and said, "I've never tried. I don't have the slightest confidence." After a short pause, Han Shoror furrowed his brows and said, "But I'm not afraid. You're very young. When the sovereigns were your age, they definitely weren't as strong as you are now." Zovich was rather dumbfounded by Han Shoror's honesty. He thought for a moment and asked, "Then do you have the confidence to escape from the sovereigns?" Han Shoror was taken aback. He thought for a moment and nodded affirmatively. He smiled and said, "I'm confident. Not to mention one, even if there are 2 or 3 of them, I have my own ways to escape." "That's good then. As long as you can survive, the chances of you surpassing the sovereigns in the future will be very high." Zovich's face was filled with gratification as if it was enough for Han Shoror to prove that he could escape. He smiled and said, "All right, since Rose has saved my life, I'm willing to follow you. Even if we are killed by the sovereigns in the future, as long as you can avenge us, that would be great." What a strange person, thought Han Shoror. After thinking for a moment, Han Shoror solemnly promised, "I will do my best to ensure that nothing happens to you. But if you are killed, don't worry, I will kill whoever killed you." "That's enough." Zovich laughed heartily and said, "Don't mind me. That's just how I am. I want to think of a way out first. I know that if I really have to face the sovereigns, there's no use thinking of a way out. My only request is that if something happens to me, at least you can avenge me. Don't worry, I believe that Master can do whatever he wants in the fringe." The sovereigns. Chimph, let's see how powerful they are. Romont, relying on his unique body and the great improvement in his strength, had never felt so confident. Other than Han Shoror and Metal Elite Zombie, he had become somewhat condescending. Han Shoror looked at Romont but did not say anything. He turned to Rose and smilingly said, "Any other friends? Let's find them one by one." Over the next few days, with Rose leading the way, Han Shoror roamed around the fringe. But it was a pity that those friends of Rose's had either been killed in the cruel fringe or had left the place. Han Shoror did not find anything. Even though it was hopeless to find Rose, Han Shoror did not give up. He continued to roam around the fringe, preparing to pick a place to set up his base. The place he chose must be one that was suitable for deploying demonic formations. After searching for a few more days, Tanai finally found a suitable location on a remote mountain. Chapter 850. The yin energy in Tanai was very dense. As soon as Han Shoror approached the area, he could feel the cold, damp air from afar. Other than the damp air, The valley was shrouded in swirling clouds and mist. The entire valley was misty and ethereal, giving off a dreamy sense of beauty. Rose fell in love with the place at first glance. She softly exclaimed, "This place is not bad. The scenery is pleasant and the air is fresh." Romont and Zovich, having just started following Han Shor, did not express their opinions. They observed the surroundings for a while and did not find anything special about this place. They felt that this place was the same as most other places in the fringe. Besides, this place was relatively remote and the elemental energies in it were not particularly rich. Han Mu stood in the dense thicket and took a deep breath. He sensed the scent of the trees, flowers, and shrubs around him. After a while, he put on a satisfied smile and said, "Very good, I like this place." Han Jin, Han Hue, and Han Shui looked around and expressed their opinions. Han Jin said that there were rare ores in the depths of the valley. Han Shui said that there was a waterfall and a pool not far away and that the air was humid, which would be very beneficial to his cultivation. Han Hue, however, turned around and said in annoyance, "It's not dry at all. My energy can only maintain the same condition here. If only there were volcanoes nearby." Han Shor couldn't help but laugh. It was impossible for a single place to accommodate all the needs of the 5 elite zombies. It was normal for one of them to be dissatisfied. Han Shor released his demon generals and spread them out to see if there were other people living in the vicinity. "Romont, Zovich, since you have been living in the fringe all these years, do you know if this place is occupied by anyone?" For the time being, Han Shor did not want to antagonize the 5 sovereigns. Therefore, he tried his best to avoid unnecessary disputes. "Master, I don't know. Before you came, I rarely left the swamp," replied Romont. "I do know a little about this place," replied Zovich smilingly. Zovich smiled. When he saw that Han Shor was looking at him, he continued, "You don't have to worry about anything. This is one of the more secluded corners of the fringe. The 5 sovereigns would never choose this place. There aren't any particularly powerful forces nearby. If you really want to establish a foothold here, I think there shouldn't be any problems." Although Zovich was willing to follow Han Shor, he wasn't convinced until he witnessed Han Shor's true strength. Zovich didn't address Kiran as master like Romont did. Han Shor knew this, so he didn't force Zovich to change the way he addressed Zovich. He was confident that he could truly subdue Zovich, so he wasn't worried at all. "That's good. This place is so remote, but there are still some benefit." Han Shor smiled and began to think about whether he should immediately start to transform this place. "Master, I don't understand why you would choose this place." Roman hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't help but voice out his doubts. "This place is very remote. It is very far from the omphalos of the fringe, and it doesn't have any outstanding terrain. The omphalos is very easy to enter, and it is very easy for others to attack. Moreover, Tanai's elemental energy isn't very strong. Is it worth it for us to spend so much energy here?" Romont wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Zovich was also looking at Han Shor with a puzzled expression. Rose had been with Han Shor for a long time and knew that he had many strange abilities. She was only guessing how Han Shor would handle this valley and wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to handle it properly. "Most people don't know how to make use of this place's terrain. Don't worry. You will understand why I chose this place when everything is in place." Han Shor's face was brimming with confidence. The terrain at the center of the valley had actually naturally formed a slightly damaged chi-gathering matrix. As long as Han Shor restored the disorder, the elements between heaven and earth would automatically gather inside. With the energy-gathering formation as the center, Han Shor could expand outwards. With the energy of the 5 elite zombies, as long as he had enough materials, Han Shor could construct as many demonic formations as he wanted. With time and effort, Han Shor could turn this valley into an impenetrable fortress. It would be even more terrifying than Salaz's Empyrean Peak. Although Romont was puzzled by Han Shor's confidence, he did not ask any more questions. Zovich's eyes were filled with doubt, but he did not voice it out. He thought to himself, "Let's wait and see. If Han Shor can really make a difference in this wasteland, I'll have to hand it to you." Little Gold, Bring them to the nearby mountain range and get us some basic ores. Rose, there's a waterfall and a deep lake behind. You can take a bath there if you want, instructed Han Shoror. As Romont, Rose, and the others wouldn't be of much help if they stayed behind, Han Shoror might as well let them do what they could. Romont, come with me. You are the most suitable person to move things around. Han Jin knew that Romont's body was filled with rare metals. Not only did he possess extraordinary strength, but he could also identify rare ores. Han Jin had taken Romont as one of his Goldstone shop's employees. Zovich was curious. He wanted to stay and see what Han Shoror was going to do. But when he thought about it, he realized that it was taboo to do so. He did not insist and left with Han Jin and Romont. In that case, I'm going to take a stroll nearby, Rose said softly and flew in the direction Han Shoror had pointed out. Han Shoror had placed a demon general every 500 meters in the surrounding area. If Zovich, Rose, and the others tried anything funny, Han Shoror would be able to detect them immediately. Therefore, when Rose left, Han Shoror only nodded at her. He was very kind and was not worried that they would run into any danger in the vicinity. It's a pity that Little Earth isn't here. Let's put aside the huge underground project for the time being. Little Earth will take care of it when he returns. After Rose, Zovich, and the others left, Han Shoror sighed helplessly. He then began to instruct Han Mu and Han Hua to help him. Han Shoror had made the Fringe his main area of development in the future because the Fringe was not bound by the 12 overgods. Although the competition in the Fringe was cruel, it was much freer. Since Han Shoror had decided to stay in the Fringe, he would not leave the valley in a hurry. He would treat it with the utmost respect. As his strength increased, Han Shoror became more and more adept at using demonic formations. With the help of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, as long as he had enough materials, he could deploy all kinds of complex and cryptic demonic formations. For the next few days, Han Shoror wandered around Tanai Mountain without eating or sleeping. With the help of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon and the 5 elite zombies, the entire valley had undergone earth-shattering changes. All kinds of trees and plants in the once lush and verdant valley grew rapidly as though they had been injected with stimulants. Each and every one of them became abnormally huge. The giant trees were as tall as mountains that pierced into the clouds. The dense canopy of leaves was like a dark cloud that blotted out the scorching sun. Not only did the trees in Tanai Mountain grow taller, but they had also been repositioned in all kinds of wonderful positions. If one were to look down from the sky, one would discover that the trees had formed a very abstruse and harmonious pattern. The shrubs beneath their feet had become as hard and sharp as knives. They filled every corner of the valley. If one were to stumble into them, they would discover that the shrubs would attack them in a frenzy. Boulders were placed all over the valley. Every boulder was made of a different material. Some were carved into grotesque and sinister shapes, while others were painted with indecipherable runes. The runes were of a myriad of colors and would sparkle at night. The coldness in Tanai Mountain grew even denser. The cold wind howled and the Densian energy did not disperse. Anyone who entered the valley would feel uncomfortable and terrified. Unbeknownst to them, the valley had undergone tremendous changes. When Romont, Zovich, and the others witnessed the transformation of the valley, they became even more puzzled. They had no idea what the earth-shattering changes in Tanai Mountain could do. On this day, Han Shoror summoned Romont, Zovich, and Rose. He also ordered Metal Elite Zombie, Wood Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, and Water Elite Zombie to stop hammering on the demonic formation. Han Shoror smilingly said, "The layout of the valley is not yet complete. My son hasn't arrived yet and I don't have enough materials to support it. So far, only 1/5 of the layout has been completed." After taking a short pause, Han Shoror continued, "But 1/5 of the transformation is already very interesting. The reason I summoned you all here is to show you the results of our work." Zovich, Romont, and the others were filled with anticipation. They wanted to see what other mysteries Han Shoror's mysterious actions could bring to the valley other than the tremendous changes it had undergone. Under their attentive gazes, the Cauldron of Myriad Demon flew out from Han Shoror's body. As soon as the cauldron emerged, it started roaming around Tanai Mountain. Rays of light shot out from the cauldron and landed on the center of the demonic formations in the valley, activating the formations. After circling around the valley for a while, the cauldron of myriad demon finally arrived at an enormous stone platform at the center of the valley. Several rays of light shot out from the cauldron of myriad demon. The large stone platform made crackling noises as though it was being carved by blades of light. After a short while, a pattern of the cauldron of myriad demon was carved on the large stone platform. A high god demon head whizzed out and flew into the pattern of the cauldron of myriad demon on the stone platform. As soon as the demon head entered the cauldron of myriad demon, the pattern of the cauldron of myriad demon began to shimmer. The miraculous transformation seemed to have triggered the entire valley. Strange rumbling noises came from the depths of the valley as though an enormous machine was operating. All of a sudden, the elemental energies outside the valley began to flow into the valley like a trickle of water. In just a short while, the elemental energies in Tanai Mountain were no longer thin, but had become denser and denser. How is this possible? Zovich's face was filled with shock. He asked, even the 5 sovereigns of the fringe do not have the power to alter the laws of heaven and earth. Which over-god are you? Chapter 851. Zovich couldn't be blamed for his astonishment. On Elysium, other than the over-gods who possessed the quintessence, no one else was capable of changing the elements in an area by force. The mountain valley that originally had an ordinary elemental concentration had suddenly increased several times. This wasn't something an ordinary god could achieve. Even the 5 sovereigns of the fringe couldn't do anything without the help of the quintessence. Moreover, even an over-god could only use the quintessence to change the elemental energy in one area. However, Zovich discovered that the concentration of all 8 major elements in Tanai had increased. Unless all 8 over-gods joined forces, no one could achieve what Hanshuro had done. Zovich's expression turned sluggish. He couldn't believe his own senses. However, the increase in the elemental concentration in Tanai was undeniable. Rose and Romont were equally astonished. Romont knew nothing about Hanshuro, and even Rose, who had some understanding of Hanshuro, found it hard to believe. Most of the demonic formations deployed by Hanshuro were offensive in nature. None of them were as concentrated as this one. Any god who cultivated in an area where the elemental concentration was several times higher would be able to cultivate at a much faster rate. In this omphalos, all the gods who cultivated in elemental energy could grow stronger at a speed several times faster than the others. This was a very terrifying thing. In fact, this wasn't the only change in Tanai. While Zovich and the others were still in shock, the elemental energy in the vicinity of the omphalos continued to flow into Tanai. Hanshuro smiled but didn't say a word. He simply gestured for the crowd to continue sensing the changes in Tanai. Half an hour later, the elemental concentration in Tanai soared. It was nearly 30 times denser than before. Zovich's mouth was agape. He flew around Tanai and roamed around every corner while mumbling to himself, "How is this possible? How is that possible?" Among these people, only the 5 elite zombies remained unperturbed. The 4 little fellows knew very well how miraculous Hanshuro's demonic arts were. Back then, the Yuan energy in the 5 ultimates was even denser than this region. They could be said to have experienced too many miraculous things with Hanshuro. Therefore, their faces were calm and unruffled. It took a while for Zovich and the others to recover from the shock. "How did you do it?" Zovich asked reverently. The way he looked at Hanshuro was completely different from before. With a smile, Hanshuro's expression was calm. "Perhaps I might not be a match for the 5 sovereigns at the moment, but the power that I possess far exceeds the knowledge of the 5 sovereigns. The changes in the omphalos might seem inconceivable to you, but it's not a big deal to me. Master, you are definitely stronger than the 5 sovereigns. The way I see it, the 5 sovereigns definitely can't do what you can." Romont's admiration for Hanshuro grew. "The changes in the omphalos have only just begun. When my other son returns, I will make the omphalos even better," Hanshuro said confidently. He walked towards the cauldron of myriad demon and fiddled with it. The elemental energy in the omphalos underwent a massive change. The elements that had gathered in the omphalos began to slowly disperse. Let's leave this place as it is for now. Let's go to the omphalos at the center of the fringe. The next time we come, we will build our own fortress, Han Shoror nodded. As promised, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Han Tu would head to the omphalos. Those subordinates he subdued at the checkpoint would also head to the omphalos to wait for Han Shoror. Therefore, Han Shoror needed to gather his subordinates at the omphalos. By this point in time, Zovich was astounded by Han Shoror's miraculous means. In his mind, Han Shoror now possessed the strength to contend against the 5 sovereigns of the fringe. After making up his mind, Han Shoror concealed the demonic formation within the valley. The elements of heaven and earth dissipated once more. Apart from the breathtakingly lush vegetation, the valley wasn't particularly attractive in any other aspects. With Rose, Zovich, Wood Elite Zombie, and the others in tow, Han Shoror temporarily left the pandemonium for the heart of the fringe. The Empyrean peak towered into the clouds. Boundaries and energy towers that glowed with bizarre lights could be seen everywhere. Inside a majestic palace at the peak, a 3-meter-tall giant was sitting on the throne at the center of the palace like a god. His dense beard was meticulously braided into small braids that draped over his chest. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. He looked straight ahead and exuded a majestic aura. Several late-stage high god experts were kneeling at his feet. They were all famous and influential figures in the fringe. But before this giant, they behaved very humbly. One of them was the one who invited Han Shoror to the checkpoint at the omphalos. Culver, are you certain about what you just said? On the throne that symbolized the position of the king, the godlike giant looked down at the man kneeling at his feet and asked with interest. Culver raised his head. His eyes were filled with reverence. In a respectful tone, he said, Lord Salas, I have seen everything with my own eyes. Although that young man doesn't appear to possess much strength, his true strength is absolutely terrifying. After taking a short pause, Culver cautiously continued, My guess is that his strength exceeds that of a high god. Salas, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly had electric sparks flickering in his eyes. Electric sparks visible to the naked eye were wriggling on his eyeballs, making his eyes look strange and unfathomable. Salas seemed to be thinking. After a long while, he nodded and said in a calm tone, Based on what you said, that young man possesses strength that exceeds that of a high god. But it is very strange that you couldn't tell what energy he cultivated in. After taking a short pause, Salas instructed, Culver, put down everything you are doing for the time being. Investigate this young man with all your might. This fella is very likely to be a troublemaker. The 5 of us have been recuperating and building up our strength in preparation for another great battle. That young man is a variable. If I can't use him, I will personally get rid of him. Rest assured, Lord. I will do my best to investigate. Culver hastily guaranteed. Salas nodded, waved his hand, and said, Go. Investigate this young man's background. After taking a short pause, Salas suddenly recalled something. He bunched his brows and said, The brand I left on Koge has disappeared. He should be dead. Keep an eye on him and find out who did it. Yes, Lord. Culver respectfully replied. Go. Salas nodded. A bolt of lightning flashed across the throne and he vanished without a trace. Suddenly, numerous lightning bolts appeared in the vicinity of the deity Zenith, covering every region of the deity Zenith. At the center of the fringe, Tanai Han Tu looked at Little Skull Han Hao with a bored expression. Brother, why hasn't father returned yet? The 2 of them had been in Tanai for a few days but they had not sensed Han Shoror's presence. Han Tu started to grow anxious. He must have been delayed by something, replied Han Hao casually. He sat cross-legged in a secluded area of the omphalos with his eyes closed. It was as though he had blended in with the surrounding scenery. Do you think father might have run into trouble? There are 5 sovereigns surpassing High God in the fringe. Won't they keep my father busy? Asked Han Tu. He had nothing better to do. I won't. Han Hao's answer was even shorter this time. Seeing that Han Hao was not interested in talking, Han Tu sighed and stopped asking questions. Excuse me, are you Han Hao? Asked a meek voice. It was a group of mid-god youngsters. They looked somewhat apprehensive. They seemed hesitant. They wanted to come in and talk to Han Hao, but they also seemed to have some misgivings. Han Hao, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and scanned the group of youngsters with his sinister eyes. Then, he closed his eyes again and coldly replied, "I am." The group of youngsters only possessed mid-god strengths. Their strength was not enough to threaten him and Han too. Therefore, Han Hao didn't mind them at all. The group of youngsters became rather excited when they heard that Han Hao had admitted his identity. They exchanged glances with each other before they excitedly approached Han Hao. One of them hastily said, "I have heard of your deeds. I was expelled from my family. I have nothing but some black crystal coins in the fringe. I can only survive in Tanai. I admire you very much. Can I follow you?" "Us too. We have also heard about what you did at the Omphalos checkpoint. That was amazing. Can we follow you?" asked the other youngsters excitedly. Without raising his head, Han Hao replied, "You are too weak. I don't want to." Upon hearing those words, the youngsters put on embarrassed and dejected faces. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. "There are the 5 sovereigns in the fringe. Why don't you go to them?" asked Han Tu smilingly. He was much more interested than Han Hao. "The 5 sovereigns are too indifferent to the lives of their subordinates. We are afraid that we might be killed by them in a fit of rage," replied a rather delicate and pretty woman timidly. One of the women replied timidly. She didn't look like a bad person. No one knew why she came to the fringe. The fringe was a place where the strong were revered. The 5 sovereigns faithfully adhered to this principle. Sometimes, if their subordinates found themselves in a disadvantageous situation, they would be killed without hesitation. Working for the 5 sovereigns, there was no guarantee of one's safety. Even if one didn't die in the hands of the sovereigns, one could be killed by the sovereigns. Every day, the fringe was flooded with ferocious devils from the 12 dominions. In order to survive in the fringe, they spared no effort to become subordinates of the 5 sovereigns. The 5 sovereigns never lacked subordinates. Therefore, they acted without scruples. "How many black crystal coins do you have?" Han Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and asked with a frown. Chapter 852. The youths stared blankly for a moment. They did not understand why Han Hao would ask such a question. "Yes, we did bring a lot of black crystal coins with us when we came to the fringe. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to stay in the Omphalos until now." One of them hesitated for a moment before replying with a puzzled expression. These youths were the scum of some of the 12 dominions. Even if they weren't, they must have done something outrageous. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been banished to the fringe. To be able to survive in the Omphalos until now, they must have a lot of black crystal coins in their hands. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sustain the Omphalos' daily expenditure of 100 black crystal coins. Han Hao knitted his brows and pondered for a moment. He carefully looked at the youths. After a moment of silence, he said, "Pay 500,000 black crystal coins each and I will allow you to follow me. Think about it. It's not safe for you to work for me. But I can assure you that I won't use you as cannon fodder." 500,000 black crystal coins, the seemingly timid girl suddenly exclaimed. The few of them looked at each other, their faces full of awkwardness. 500,000 black crystal coins was not a small sum. It was enough for them to live peacefully in Tanai for decades. It didn't seem appropriate for them to hand over such a large sum of black crystal coins to Han Hao without any guarantee of their safety. "All of you come from families in the 12 dominions. If you follow me, I can assure you that when you are strong enough, I will help you return to your families and reclaim everything that belongs to you. Yes, of course, I will also help you settle the grudges that forced you to leave the 12 dominions." As though he saw their hesitation, Han Hao added. He waved his hand coldly and said, "Go back and think about it. If you don't have enough strength, even if you return to your families and reclaim everything that belongs to you, will you be able to keep it?" The youths were tempted by Han Hao's words. They looked at each other and pondered over Han Hao's proposal. One of them said in a deep voice, "What you said is very reasonable. Let's go back and discuss this. It won't be easy for each of us to fork out 500,000 black crystal coins. Even if we agree to it, We will still need to work with each other. Han Hao's expression was cold. He closed his eyes again and said nothing. The young men bowed to him, frowned, and pondered over his suggestion. Then, they left. As soon as they left, Han Tu asked anxiously, "Big brother, why do you want them?" "They come from families in the 12 divine realms. Those families have some influence in the 12 divine realms. If these fellows can grow in our hands and one day return to the 12 divine realms, with their bloodlines and our help, these fellows can become patriarchs of those families and help us control many families. I collected 500,000 black crystal coins from each of them to cut off their means of escape. Only when they are penniless will they not think of using the omphalos to save their lives in times of danger. Without a path of retreat, they will be able to display their potential to the greatest extent. These guys have consumed all kinds of divine crystals since they were young, so their aptitudes are pretty good. They just lack actual combat experience and the baptism of fresh blood. However, I will give them these." Han Hao opened his eyes and looked at Han Tu. After explaining everything to Han Tu, he lectured, "Little Tu, as you grow stronger, remember to think about the ways of the world. Only by understanding what they think and how they do things can you be of greater help to Father." Han Tu fell into deep thought after listening to Han Hao's words. It was only now that he understood why Han Hao was the undisputed leader of the group. Other than the fact that Han Hao was stronger than them, his wisdom played a major role. "I understand, big brother." Han Tu wholeheartedly accepted Han Tu's advice. He thought, "Big brother is truly insidious. It's no wonder that he has been able to prosper in the Death Dominion all these years." Outside the Omphalos, Han Shoror, Romont, Zovich, Rose, Wood Elite Zombie, and the others arrived. As soon as they arrived at the checkpoint of the Omphalos, the guard who had repeatedly warned Han Shoror about the checkpoint laughed heartily and said, "Welcome, friend." It was this guard who had leaked the information about Koge to Han Shoror. Han Shoror was certain that this guard was one of the 5 sovereigns. Although this guard did not show any malicious intent, Han Shoror was still on guard. "What a coincidence to run into you again," replied Han Shoror smilingly. "Have you been in charge of this checkpoint all this while?" "No. But I will be in charge of this checkpoint for some time," explained the guard. Then, he put on a solemn face and said, "I didn't have the chance to introduce myself last time. Haha, I'm Luolong. You can say that I'm a follower of Lord Asura. How should I address you, Your Excellency?" "Brian, it's my first time here." "Hehe, I'm sure I'll have to trouble you with many things in the future. Please take care of me," replied Han Shoror in a composed manner. He went up to Luolong and handed over the crystal coins they had to pay. He took a few small tokens from Luolong and distributed them to Han Mu, Romont, and the others. "I heard that Koge is dead. Haha, Salaz's men are searching for the murderer." Luolong suddenly put on a smile and said in a low voice. He looked deeply into Han Shoror's eyes and observed the changes in Han Shoror's expression. Han Shoror had been through all kinds of storms and waves. He was well versed in such matters. He was astonished. Han Shoror replied, "How could Koge be killed so quickly? Damn it, I was planning to buy some special ores from him. I heard that he had plundered a large amount of very precious ores. I had been looking for him for so long just for that. I didn't expect that he would be killed." "What bad luck." After taking a short pause, Han Shoror asked Luolong curiously, "Do you know who killed him? And the whereabouts of that batch of ores?" Luolong looked deeply into Han Shoror's eyes. However, he couldn't see anything wrong with Han Shoror's expression. He found it a little strange. Could it really have nothing to do with him? Frowning, Luolong shook his head and said, "I only know that Koge's head was cut off. His body was also surrounded by the subordinates of Sovereign Logue and Sovereign Tyre. As for who did it, no one knows for sure. I do know a little about the whereabouts of that batch of ores. It seems that Koge had offered them to Sovereign Salaz as a tribute." "Why? Are you interested?" Han Shoror pretended to be stunned. After a long while, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Since it is Sovereign Salaz, I guess it won't be easy to get it back. Salaz definitely doesn't lack black crystal coins. I can only give up on this idea." Han Shoror was overjoyed when he heard that Kogge had been killed without leaving any evidence behind. He thought to himself, Han Hao is indeed capable. He actually managed to get rid of Kogge. Metal Elite Zombie, who was standing not far behind Han Shoror, was obviously overjoyed. He knew that Kogge's death must have something to do with Han Hao. He secretly admired Han Hao's capability. It's good that you think so. Salas is a lunatic. Not many in the fringe are willing to provoke him. Han Shoror nodded. Then, he suddenly lowered his voice and said to Han Shoror, Brian, my master, Lord Asura, wants to meet you. Are you interested? Han Shoror was startled. He couldn't figure out what Luolong meant. He bunched his brows and asked, Asura of the 5 sovereigns? He wants to meet me. After taking a short pause, Han Shoror put on a faint smile and said, You know that I have no intention of following anyone, not even the 5 sovereigns. Don't misunderstand. Luolong hastily clarified, Lord Asura has no such intention. I can guarantee that. In fact, Lord Asura just wants to meet you and see if there are any areas in the fringe that he can cooperate with. Brian, although you possess extraordinary strength, the fringe is a complicated place. Even if you don't need to pledge allegiance to any party, you will still need to make friends. Luolong's words piqued Han Shoror's interest in Asura. It was true that Han Shoror had no intention of pledging allegiance to any party. But if he could make use of the discord between the 5 sovereigns to form an alliance with one of them, Han Shoror would be more than happy to do so. After thinking for a moment, Han Shoror nodded with a smile and said, No problem. I will stay in the Omphalos for a few days. If you have any news about Asura, just let me know. All right, I will leave you to your work. I need to report to Lord Asura, said Han Shoror. Luolong was overjoyed to hear that Han Shoror had agreed to his request. He loudly shouted at the guards, Look carefully, these are Lord Asura's guests. Tanai is in the Omphalos. If anyone dares to cause trouble, throw them out of the Omphalos. Han Shoror nodded smilingly and led Romont and the others into the Omphalos. With one thought, Han Shoror immediately located the location of Little Skull, Han Hao, and Han Tu. He led the way and rapidly approached their location. Han Shoror grew more and more confident in Han Hao after hearing that Kogge had been killed. It was not only because of Han Hao's strength, but also because Han Hao's ability to carry out his tasks flawlessly. If even Luolong could not trace Han Hao's whereabouts to Han Hao, it meant that Han Hao's intelligence had far surpassed that of an average life form. Han Shoror, who was secretly amazed, followed his and Han Hao's senses and arrived at a remote area of the Omphalos. There, Han Hao was sitting cross-legged on the ground with an indifferent face. Several luxuriously dressed young men were kneeling before him. They were solemnly swearing that they would be loyal to Han Hao. They also took out a large number of black crystal coins and handed them to Han Hao with reverence. At this moment, Han Tu laughed heartily and stepped forward to help Han Hao accept the black crystal coins. He then patted the young men's shoulders and said, From now on, we are on the same side. We are on the same side. He. Han Hao raised his head and looked at Han Shoror from afar. He instructed the young men, Except for me, all of you remember to listen to him. He then pointed at Han Shoror with a solemn face. Chapter 853. Han Shoror was rather surprised. He had no idea how Little Skull Han Hao managed to subdue those arrogant young masters. After staring blankly for a moment, Han Shoror nodded and asked Han Hao, Is it done? It's done, replied Han Hao. After taking a short pause, he instructed the youngsters who had just sworn loyalty to him, All of you, prepare yourselves. Remember the signal I have given you. When I leave the Omphalos, I will bring you with me. All right, that's all for now. The youngsters looked at Han Shoror suspiciously but did not ask any questions. They obediently left under Han Hao's command. After the youngsters were gone, Han Hao explained to Han Shoror how he planned to subdue those youngsters and briefly described the incident with Kogge. After listening, Han Shoror put on a big smile, nodded, and said, You have a good sense of propriety. I am not worried about you. Han Shoror was very surprised that Han Hao was thinking of using those youngsters to control the family clans behind them. He did not expect that Han Hao would have such foresight. Let me introduce you. This is Romont and this is Zovich. They are both new friends. Han Shoror pointed at the stern-looking youngster and smilingly said, "This is Han Hao, my son." Romont rarely left the swamp and did not know much about the outside world. However, Zovich was surprised to hear of Little Skull Han Hao name. He stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "The God Hunter leader from the Death Dominion who recently rose to fame?" Han Shoror did not expect that Han Hao would be so famous. He smilingly asked, "How did you hear of him?" Zovich knew that his guess was correct after hearing Han Shoror's words. His face was filled with astonishment as he said, "It really is him. Every year, the 12 divine dominions will send their fiends to the fringe. We more or less know something about the 12 divine dominions. The fringe isn't too far from the Death Dominion and we know a lot about the fringe. Han Hao is quite famous in the Death Dominion. Many people who travel to the Death Dominion would mention him." Han Hao wore an indifferent face and didn't seem to be affected by Zovich's words. He looked at Han Jin, took out a glass container and tossed it to Han Jin, saying, "Little Gold, let me show you something." "Oh, Koge's head!" exclaimed Zovich. He immediately realized that something was amiss and quickly lowered his voice. Just like Zovich, Koge possessed mid-stage high god strength. Not only that, Koge had many ferocious gods under his command. He was a ruthless character in the fringe. Some time ago, there was a rumor that Koge had been killed. Everyone was guessing who did it. But no one had expected that his head would be in Han Hao's hands. "Thank you, big brother." Han Jin casually put away the glass container. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother, is Koge's divine soul still inside?" Han Hao nodded and explained, "He's still conscious. But his divine soul is trapped in a corner of his skull. He doesn't have a shred of divine energy left. You can torture him as much as you want. When you are done, hand over his divine soul to Father." "Haha, that's great," exclaimed Han Jin. He grabbed the glass container and injected golden radiance into it. This was a rather remote corner of the Omphalos. When Han Hao took out the glass container that contained the Koge's head, he had set up a boundary to prevent others from spying on him. Apart from the few people beside him, no one would be able to detect what was going on in this area. Zovich looked at Han Hao in astonishment. He believed that Han Hao didn't have the strength to kill Koge. But the truth was right before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. "Romont, go with Han Jin and the others to the Tanai Omphalos and buy some special goods. Zovich, you are the local tyrant here. Go ask around and see if there are any unusual happenings in the fringe," instructed Han Shoror. He did not dwell on Han Hao's question. "Got it." Zovich and Roman did not say anything else and left to carry out Han Shoror's instructions. The pandemonium lacked the main materials for many demonic formations. Han Jin and Han Shoror could procure some of the materials, but the resources in the pandemonium were limited and the materials needed to set up the demonic formations were too numerous. Therefore, Han Shoror had no choice but to come to the Omphalos to procure the materials. As the trading center of the fringe, the Omphalos had all sorts of bizarre items. Some items that could not be sold in the 12 dominions could be openly sold in the Omphalos. For example, there were some highly toxic medicines, sinister divine weapons forged from the bones of gods, and cursed magical formations that imprisoned many divine souls and used their soul energy to set up. Even god hunters could openly live in the fringe. All activities and experiments prohibited by the 12 dominions were permitted in the fringe. No one would interfere. Many perverted, evil, crazy, and paranoid alchemists and poisons could be found everywhere in the fringe. Most of them lived in the Tanai Omphalos and traded the fruits of their evil research for large amounts of black crystal coins. Not only could the black crystal coins support their peaceful lives in the Tanai Omphalos, but they could also continue their research. To Han Shoror, this was a wonderful place. Many of the special carriers that demonic formations required, as well as some of the most evil materials that great alchemists would possess, could be purchased here. As the pandemonium required too many materials, Han Shoror ordered the party to split up and search for suitable ones. The Omphalos was the only peaceful place in the fringe. Even if Han Jin and the others did not gather together, they did not have to worry about their safety. After Romont, Zovich, and the 5 elite zombies left, only Han Shor and his father, Han Hao, were left in the Omphalos. "Father, I don't think I can stay with you for too long. I am a god hunter from the Death Dominion. Even if I come to the Fringe, I will not be able to change my identity as a god hunter. Although anyone is allowed to live in the Fringe, god hunters will be suppressed once they leave the Fringe," explained Little Skull Han Hao to Han Shor. Han Shor thought for a moment before he asked, "You can change your appearance, right?" Han Hao nodded and replied, "Of course. If I want to, I can even change my appearance. Then you just have to be careful in the future. Try to avoid unnecessary trouble by changing your appearance more often. You know much more than Han Jin. You should know what to do," said Han Hao. "I understand. I will do my best to avoid unnecessary trouble." Han Hao kept silent for a moment before he said, "But the best thing to do is to spend as little time with father as possible. My subordinates should be arriving soon. With Han Jin and the others around, father will be able to do many things much more easily. I think I should leave for a while." Having experienced Han Hao's solo operation a few times, Han Shor understood that this was the only way he could grow stronger. Since they were both in the Fringe and their souls were still connected, Han Shor believed that Han Hao wasn't someone ordinary people could handle. Therefore, he nodded and agreed to Han Hao's suggestion. He only reminded Han Hao to be careful. Han Hao was used to being a loner. After discussing with Han Shor how to contact him in the future, he learned from Han Shor the address of the Pandemonium. Then, he left on his own, perhaps to inform his new subordinates. After Han Hao's departure, Han Shor spent most of his energy on Tanai's rare and strange materials. In order to build the Pandemonium into an impregnable fortress, Han Shor did not hesitate to spend a large amount of black crystal coins to purchase useful materials. Han Shor had to admit that the Fringe was a great place. Many of the special materials needed for demonic formations could be found here. However, after his actions at the checkpoint in the Omphalos, no one dared to negotiate with him, no matter how much he offered. They were deeply afraid that they would become Han Shor's next target. It was unknown how the news spread so quickly in the Fringe. In the blink of an eye, all the forces in the Omphalos knew about Han Shor. Wherever he went, people would point fingers at him. Some of them looked at him with eyes filled with hatred. However, none of them dared to provoke him. After staying in the Omphalos for a few days, Romont, Zovich, the 5 elite zombies, and the others followed Han Shor's instructions and harvested more than 5 million black crystal coins. They had filled more than 10 space rings with materials. Han Shor was running low on black crystal coins. Fortunately, Han Jin had earned a large amount of crystal coins from his energy or goldstone shop. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to procure the materials they wanted. One day, Han Shor sensed that his drop of demon blood was moving towards the Omphalos. Han Shor and the others could clearly sense the demon blood that Han Shor had injected into Goran and the others. Han Shor released his consciousness and gradually extended it outwards. Immediately, Han Shor sensed Goran's presence. "Enter the Omphalos and look for me." Han Shor could command them through that drop of demon blood even though they were hundreds of miles away. The party led by Goran followed Han Shor's instructions and entered the Omphalos one after another. They gathered around Han Shor. Within a month, all the Fringe dwellers that Han Shor had implanted with demon blood had gathered around Han Shor. But this time, it wasn't just a little over 30, but more than 200. Some of those who survived the penta-elemental undead formation were leaders of their own forces. Under the influence of Han Shor's demon blood, not only did they come to the Omphalos on their own, they also brought their subordinates with them as instructed by Han Shor. More than 200 people gathered around Han Shor in a grandiose manner. Their daily expenditure of black crystal coins was not small. Fortunately, these fellows were not short of money and so Han Shor did not have to worry about them. But during this period of time, the Tanai guards of the Omphalos kept a close eye on Han Shor, fearing that Han Shor would cause trouble. "Brian, Lord Asura wants to see you. Do you have the time?" Luolong went to Han Shor and conveyed Asura's message. "Of course, I've been waiting for him." Han Shor readily agreed, thinking that he's finally here. Chapter 854. Among the 5 sovereigns of the fringe, Asura kept a relatively low profile and could be considered as one of the milder ones. Generally speaking, Asura would not be the one to start a war in the fringe. He would only get involved when there was no other choice. Asura cultivated in the energy of earth. He met Han-Shoror in a secluded attic in the Omphalos. It was only when Han-Shoror saw Asura that he discovered that the man had an ordinary appearance. He wore a gentle smile on his face and did not look as ferocious as the rumors made him out to be. Han-Shoror did not sense any particularly strong energy of earth from Asura. He did not even feel that Asura was a mighty god. Asura's aura was as gentle as the earth beneath his feet. He did not give off the aura of a powerful god. If it weren't for the few late-stage high gods standing respectfully behind Asura, Han-Shoror might not have paid any attention to the stranger in the attic because he was just too inconspicuous. Han-Shoror came alone. He put on a relaxed smile and said, "I'm Brian." A person who could conceal his aura so well that even Han-Shoror could not detect anything special about him was definitely a person of extraordinary strength. Of course, Han-Shoror was not a blind person. He would not disregard Asura just because he was an ordinary person. Asura smilingly looked at Han-Shoror. He waved at Han-Shoror and said, come, over here. Ha, don't stand on ceremony. I've heard a lot about you, Brian. Your reputation as a genius apothecary has been spreading like wildfire in the death, darkness, and destruction dominions in the past few years. From the moment Han-Shoror told Luolong his name, Han-Shoror knew that the well-informed local tyrants of the fringe would soon figure out his identity and background. Therefore, when Asura revealed his identity as a pharmacist, Han-Shoror wasn't surprised at all. He calmly replied, "Not at all. Lord Asura, you are the one with the illustrious reputation. Your name resounds in the 12 dominions." Asura bunched his brows and put on a bitter smile in response to Han-Shoror's compliments. He replied, "Isn't it just a bad reputation?" Han-Shoror was stunned for a moment before he laughed and said, "What's the matter?" "Indeed, it doesn't matter." Asura put on a smile and said, "But that notoriety has made us, the fringe dwellers, discriminated against by the 12 dominions. Outsiders can enter the fringe. As long as they possess sufficient strength, they can integrate into the fringe. However, those who came from the fringe will never be able to assimilate into the 12 dominions." What a pity. What Asura said was the truth. Those who could no longer survive in the 12 dominions could seek refuge in the fringe. However, it was extremely difficult for those from the fringe to enter the cities of the 12 dominions. The divine guards of many cities would forbid those from the fringe from entering their cities. To the divine guards, the people of the fringe were thugs, lunatics, and god-hunters. They did not want the people of the fringe to enter their cities and affect the stability of their cities. It's the same no matter where you live. The fringe isn't bad either. For a character of your level, it shouldn't be a problem for you to travel around the 12 dominions, right? Asked Han-Shoror smilingly. Asura shook his head and let out a soft sigh. He seemed to have his own difficulties, but he did not tell Han-Shoror about them. After taking a short pause, Asura looked at Han-Shoror smilingly and asked, "You are doing well in the City of Shadows in the Darkness Dominion. Why did you come to the fringe?" "Nothing. I just felt that a place full of battles is more suitable for cultivation." Naturally, Han-Shoror would not tell Asura that he had come to the fringe with the intention of taking the fringe under his command. He found a random excuse to gloss over it. Asura looked deeply at Han-Shoror for a few moments as though he knew that Han-Shoror did not mean what he said. However, he did not pursue the matter. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Han-Shoror and said, "Let's get down to business. I know that you know how to refine some miraculous medicines. The fringe is a place where battles happen all the time and your medicines are in high demand. The Omphalos has its own set of rules. If you want to set up your pharmacy in Tanai, you will have to go through a lot of hassle. But if you have my help, you can set up your pharmacy in the Omphalos. But I must have priority in purchasing every batch of medicines you personally refine. What do you think?" Han-Shoror had been staying in Tanai for some time. He knew very well how much it cost to set up a pharmacy in Tanai. In addition to paying a large amount of black crystal coins, one must also obtain the approval of at least 3 sovereigns. In addition, half of the profits made by the pharmacy must be taxed. It was such a stringent condition that Han Shuo had never thought of setting up a pharmacy in Tanai. However, there was another type of pharmacy that did not need to pay any fees and did not have to pay half of the profits as taxes. These special shops were called sovereign shops. As the name suggests, these shops belonged to the 5 sovereigns. As the managers of the omphalos, each sovereign was allowed to own 10 sovereign shops. There were tens of thousands of shops and stalls in the omphalos, but there were only 50 sovereign shops. Han Shuo was stunned by Asora's words. He asked, "What do you mean?" Asora nodded and confirmed Han Shuo's speculation. He then said, "I can give you one of my sovereign shops to set up your celestial pearl pharmacy. You should have heard of the benefits of a sovereign shop. As the master and servant of a sovereign shop, you will have the right to live in the omphalos forever without paying any fees." Han Shuo bunched his brows and did not immediately agree to Asora's offer. Instead, he looked straight at Asora and asked, "The condition is that you have priority in purchasing the medicines I personally refine?" "That's right. It's that simple," Asora confirmed. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said thoughtfully, "The condition is so good that I can hardly accept it. I dare not agree to it so easily." "Haha, Lord Asora, why don't you be frank with me? Why are you giving me such a generous gift?" Asora kept silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed and said, "To me, it's much more interesting to be friends with someone like you than to be enemies. You are not the kind of person who is willing to submit to others. I am not as naive as some people who think that I can make you my subordinate. In order to prevent you from becoming my enemy, I naturally have to express my goodwill in advance so that there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Haha, I mean you no harm. If you don't want my sovereign shop, I won't force you." "Why not?" Han Shuo put on a smile and said, "Thank you. It would be impolite of me to refuse. Luolong, I'll leave it to you." Asora instructed Luolong. He then looked at Han Shuo and smilingly said, "You are a good man. But be careful in the fringe. I hope that my sovereign shop will be as valuable as it should be." Han Shuo nodded with a smile but did not reply. Asora was only doing this so that Han Shuo would not become his enemy for the time being. Given what Han Shuo had been doing in the fringe, it was only a matter of time before he had to face the other 4 sovereigns. Asora could avoid that, and he could also use the opportunity to observe Han Shuo's strength. If Han Shuo could weaken the other sovereigns, it would be a blessing for Asora. Even if Han Shuo was not strong enough and was killed by the other 4 sovereigns, Asora could still take back the sovereign shop he had given to Han Shuo. No matter how one looked at it, Asora's plan was perfect. The price was just a sovereign shop, and it was an investment that had a chance of getting back. Asora chatted with Han Shuo for a while and gave some instructions. Then, Asora nodded at Han Shuo with a smile and left. As soon as Asora left, Luolong immediately congratulated Han Shuo. He went back and forth to help Han Shuo manage the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He ceded a sovereign shop that occupied an area of 10,000 square meters to Han Shuo. All the servants in the sovereign shop were removed within a day, and Han Shuo was left with a large, intact sovereign shop. In the omphalos, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, there were only 50 sovereign shops in total. Han Shuo had been given a sovereign shop not long after he arrived at the omphalos. But with Han Shuo's notoriety, no one dared to come to the omphalos and court death. Before Han Shuo came to the fringe, he had already decided to set up the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's headquarters in the omphalos because the fringe was home to all the best and craziest pharmacists. Besides, the fringe contained many medicinal ingredients, poisons, and magic crystals that were banned by the 12 dominions. To a demonic cultivator like Han Shuo, the fringe was a paradise. Han Shuo had no intention of opening the pandemonium for the time being. After taking over the omphalos, he instructed Romont, the 5 elite zombies, and the others to purchase the materials needed to set up the pandemonium. After spending 3 months in the omphalos, Han Jin went to excavate some of the materials in the nearby mountains and rivers. After the party returned to the pandemonium, Han Shuo reactivated the energy-gathering formation in the pandemonium. The surrounding elemental energy began to gather around the pandemonium. Goran and the others who followed Han Shoror to the pandemonium were amazed when they sensed the extremely rich elemental energy in Tarnai. After settling them down in Tarnai, Han Shoror and the 5 elite zombies spent their days hammering away at the pandemonium. Earth elite zombie hid deep underground and spent a year excavating an enormous underground palace. Metal elite zombie dug out stone walls and chambers in the mountains surrounding Tarnai. Other than the underground palace and the mountains, the Omphalos also erected many sturdy buildings with the help of the 5 elite zombies. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Under the care of Tarnai and the 5 elite zombies, the entire Omphalos had been transformed into a place of extreme danger. The center of the Omphalos was an energy-gathering formation, and the periphery was surrounded by dozens of demonic formations of various sizes. Colorful miasma swirled around the pandemonium, making it impossible for anyone to see what was going on inside. Over the past 2 years, some of the fringe dwellers who visited the Omphalos would mysteriously die. Gradually, no one dared to wander around the Omphalos anymore. With everything in place, Han Shoror gathered his men and started to issue orders to the fringe. Chapter 855. With the pandemonium's great formation completed, the element of heaven and earth around Tarnai had become extremely dense. Everyone cultivating in Tarnai could feel the benefits brought to them by the demonic formations. At the center of the pandemonium was a gigantic energy-gathering formation surrounded by all sorts of demonic formations. Those who were unaware of the demonic formations in the pandemonium would suffer devastating attacks if they accidentally trespassed. Even a high god wouldn't be able to survive such an attack. Other than the buildings at the center of the pandemonium, the underground palace excavated by Earth Elite Zombie was also very grand. The underground palace was mainly used to house Han Shoror's trusted aides such as Han Shoror, the 5 elite zombies, and Rose. The secret chamber excavated by Metal Elite Zombie was for the demon guards who had been injected with demonic blood. The buildings at the center of Tarnai were prepared by Han Shoror for the members of the Han family in the City of Shadows. During the past 2 years, thanks to the efforts of Han Shoror and the 5 elite zombies, the pandemonium had become impregnable. The intricate demonic formations were extremely dangerous. Even Goran's subordinates did not dare to wander around Tarnai recklessly. Han Shoror's mind was at peace as he concentrated on constructing the demonic formation. His magical yuan unknowingly increased greatly. Han Shoror vaguely felt that he had reached the most important juncture of a breakthrough. It was as if he was only one step away from entering a new realm. His 2 avatars had made a miraculous breakthrough to early-stage high god realm in the past 2 years. This was beyond Han Shoror's expectations. It all happened so naturally. While he was busy setting up demonic formations, one day, he suddenly comprehended the true essence of the power of death and destruction. It seemed that in just a moment, the divine power in his body had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. It only took him 3 days to comprehend the new essence of energy and advance to early-stage high god realm. In just 3 days, both of his avatars had attained early-stage high god strength. After the 2 domains of divinity fused together, the extremely dense elemental energy of death in Tarnai frantically gathered around Han Shoror like a tornado that could engulf everything in its path. Han Shoror did not continue to experience the peculiarities of his domain of divinity in Tarnai. Instead, he continued to immerse himself in constructing the pandemonium. Finally, today, everything was completed. The 5 elite zombies, Rose, Romont, Zovich, Goran, and the others gathered in front of Han Shoror and listened to Han Shoror briefly explain to them how to enter and exit the pandemonium. He told them that they had to stay in the pandemonium to avoid unnecessary trouble. The 200 or so demon guards under Goran's command had recently come to realize just how mysterious and dangerous the pandemonium was. Some of them had accidentally stumbled into an ominous formation and almost died. Therefore, they did not need Han Shoror's instructions. They obediently stayed in the mountains surrounding the pandemonium and waited for Goran's orders. The pandemonium has been completed. From today onwards, you can leave the pandemonium and expand to the periphery. Take down all the forces in the surrounding regions. Kill anyone who disobeys, said Han Shoror. He was ready to go all out. After 2 years of silence, he was going to take down all the forces around the Pandemonium in one fell swoop. The Pandemonium was one of the more remote regions in the Land of Chaos. The nearby regions were not under the control of the 5 sovereigns. Therefore, Hanshoro didn't care about the scattered forces at all. Even if the 5 sovereigns were to come to the Pandemonium, Hanshoro was confident that he could put up a fight. That was because the intricate demonic formations in the Pandemonium were arranged in a special pattern. Dozens of demonic formations, large and small, were arranged in the Pandemonium to form a decimating formation that could amplify Hanshoro's strength. Inside the Pandemonium, Hanshoro, as the master of the demonic formation, could borrow the power of the decimating formation to greatly increase his strength. Coupled with the cauldron of myriad demon, Hanshoro believed that as long as he was in the Pandemonium, the 5 sovereigns wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Now that he had the confidence to do so, it was only natural that he would go all out. First, he would wipe out all the forces in the Pandemonium, big and small. Then, he would consider expanding further into the Pandemonium. "Don't worry, Master. I will make them bow their heads obediently," said Romont with a sinister smile. He had long since noticed that there were many explorers in the vicinity of the Pandemonium. The abnormality of the Pandemonium had long caused the nearby forces to panic. Even if Romont didn't make a move, those explorers would come knocking on their doors. "Good. Kill all those who don't obey me," commanded Hanshoro. The Fringe had always been a place where the strong were revered. Only by using blood to pave the way would one be recognized and respected by the others. Under Hanshoro's command, Romont, Zovich, Goran, and their 200 demon guards left the Pandemonium. Following Hanshoro's orders, they began wiping out all the forces in the vicinity with the Pandemonium as the center. With Hanshoro overseeing the Pandemonium and Tanai, he didn't need to personally take action. He was currently immersed in his cultivation and preparing for his tribulation. He hoped to break through to a new realm and face the threat of the 5 sovereigns in the future. "Master, Luolong has sent word that Han Hao has wiped out another force. The leader of that force is a late-stage high god of light cultivator," reported Rose to Hanshoro as he was meditating in the underground palace of the Pandemonium. "Good kid, you have finally made another breakthrough." Hanshoro was overjoyed. He said, in the past 2 years, he only killed mid-stage high god experts. But this time, it's different. Haha, I'm afraid that this kid is starting to cause a lot of headaches in the Fringe. In the past 2 years, Han Hao, the little skull, had not visited the Pandemonium even once. After his god hunter subordinates arrived, Han Hao led them to become one of the most ferocious and terrifying god hunters in the Fringe. In just 2 short years, he had annihilated more than a dozen forces, big and small. As of late, Han Hao's reputation had been on the rise. He had become one of the new hegemons of the Fringe. Many of the scattered god hunters in the Fringe were now under his command. Unbeknownst to him, Han Hao's strength and the power he wielded were rapidly growing. Ever since Han Hao established a friendly relationship with Luolong's master, Luolong would relay news to Hanshoro whenever something major happened in the Fringe. This allowed Hanshoro to know the situation in the Fringe like the back of his hand. "Master, it's said that the force that Han Hao wiped out was a direct subordinate of Sala's," said a middle-aged man. Said Rose in a grave and worried face. "He has never attacked anyone from the 5 sovereigns before. I don't know why he acted so rashly this time. The 5 sovereigns are different from others. Will he be all right?" Hanshoro started to worry after hearing those words. No ordinary person would dare to challenge the authority of the 5 sovereigns in the Fringe. For Han Hao to kill a subordinate of one of the sovereigns and expose the matter, it was very likely that the sovereigns would retaliate against him. No matter how much stronger Han Hao had become, there was no way he could face the 5 sovereigns head-on. Hanshoro couldn't help but worry. "Where was Han Hao last seen?" asked Han Hao after thinking for a moment. "Venomfang Mountain," replied Rose. "I need to leave the Pandemonium on my own. While I'm gone, you and the 5 little ones will take good care of the Pandemonium. Don't worry, the 5 of them know how to operate the Pandemonium. Even if the 5 sovereigns came personally, they wouldn't be able to breach the Pandemonium that easily. Don't worry too much, Han Shoror instructed Rose and the 5 elite zombies before leaving the pandemonium alone. ****, Chief. What do we do? That fella is actually a subordinate of Sala's. Sala's will not allow us to do as we please. Arthas, an early-stage high god of destruction, said to Han Hao, the little skull who was sitting cross-legged on a giant boulder. In front of Han Hao were nearly 500 god hunters. This group of fiendish god hunters had wiped out many forces in the Fringe over the past 2 years. They all looked at Han Hao with respectful faces. Some of them were the foppish youths who had paid 500,000 black gold coins to follow Han Hao in the Omphalos. So be it. We will hide for a while, said Han Hao. Han Hao looked at his newly recruited right-hand man. He was as expressionless as ever, as though he wouldn't show the slightest emotion even if someone were to stab him in the chest. Han Hao's followers couldn't help but admire Han Hao's demeanor. But that's Sala's we're talking about. Art has emphasized, Sala's has great influence in the Fringe and is well informed. There are so many of us here. It won't be easy for us to hide, will it? All of you, disperse. Without my order, do not regroup. But listen up, no one is to enter the Omphalos, ordered Han Hao after thinking for a moment. Why? Isn't the Omphalos the safest place? Asked Arthas after staring blankly for a moment. Even if Sala's wants to kill us, he will keep his eyes on me. He won't be able to find you if you all disperse. But once you enter the Omphalos, you'll be walking right into a trap. As long as the people of Sarkas discover your tracks, they'll find an excuse to drive you out of the Omphalos. You'll be dead. Instructed Han Hao calmly, everyone, disperse according to our plan. Do not kill anyone else without my command. At his command, the god hunters that had gathered around him dispersed into smaller groups and swiftly left the area around him like slithering snakes. It was only after all his followers were gone that Han Hao stood up from the giant rock. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the pandemonium. Han Hao hesitated for a moment and decided not to seek refuge in the pandemonium. Instead, he headed in the opposite direction. 3 days after Han Hao and his followers disappeared from the Fringe, a terrifying bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Amidst the earth-shattering rumble of thunder, Sala's appeared on the giant rock Han Hao had been sitting on. His eyes flashed with lightning. After observing for a moment, he determined the direction and flew in the direction Han Hao left 3 days ago. Chapter 856. *****. At the bottom of the North Sea, Han Hao was sitting by himself. During the past 2 years, he had led a group of god hunters to roam the Fringe and devoured a few high gods of death. Finally, his strength had risen to mid-stage high god realm. Other than improving his mastery of the energy of death, the demonic arts he cultivated in had also improved tremendously. Due to his unique life form, it was difficult to ascertain his realm as a cultivator of demonic arts. Just like Dark Dragon Gilbert, the divine energy in his body contained characteristics of demonic arts. However, he was more powerful than Gilbert in that he had a clear understanding of demonic arts. In addition to his astounding intelligence, he had finally found a unique cultivation path that belonged to him. A few days ago, Han Hao had roughly estimated his strength through that subordinate of Sala's. He was confident that even if he were to fight a late-stage high god, he would be able to emerge victorious using the advantage of his dual cultivation of demonic arts. At the bottom of the sea, Han Hao did not gather the element of death to cultivate. Instead, he calmed his mind and entered a miraculous state of emptiness. Inside his body, the fusion of the divine energy of death and demonic yuan was slowly flowing. When he relaxed, he could feel that his cultivation speed had increased and he was able to find that feeling. After staying at the bottom of the sea for 5 days, Han Hao gradually forgot everything, including himself. The fishes, shrimps, and all sorts of bizarre creatures at the bottom of the sea passed by him as though they did not see him at all. It was as though Han Hao had fused with the sea, becoming a part of it, a stream of water, an unchanging rock. One day, Han Hao's soul suddenly shook and he abruptly woke up from his meditation. He opened his eyes, which were glistening with evil lights. He bunched his brows, released his soul, and carefully sensed the slight changes in his surroundings. All life forms at the bottom of the sea were gradually leaving the area he was in. The fishes, shrimps, and all sorts of bizarre creatures at the bottom of the sea became abnormally terrified and fled for their lives. Strands of odd undulations penetrated from the bottom of the sea. It was as though thousands of invisible tentacles were searching for something. Ordinary low-level life forms would only instinctively sense danger and try to get away from the area where the tentacles extended. However, Han Hao's soul had also cultivated in demonic arts, so it had become abnormally sensitive. He could clearly sense the weak electric element within those invisible and formless waves. Suddenly, Han Hao understood what was going on. He raised the bone spear in his hand, and a few demon generals flew out from the bone wings formed by the 7 bone spikes on their backs. Then, they gradually drifted away from the bottom of the sea. Holding the bone spear, Han Hao sensed the faint ripples at the bottom of the sea. He concealed all the aura on his body and quickly flew at the bottom of the sea. In the sky above the sea, Salas, who was standing proudly, suddenly chuckled and said to himself, "It's really here." Just as he was about to dive into the sea, Salas suddenly realized that his divine soul seemed to have lost track of the other party. The soul power that he had sent into the sea was also rapidly losing its sense of intuition. With a cold snort, Salas's eyes flickered with electric light like slithering snakes. His majestic body suddenly flew to the bottom of the sea. Following the soul power at the bottom of the sea, he chased after the rapidly disappearing target. Even though he was in the depths of the sea, Salas's speed wasn't affected at all. He plunged straight to the bottom of the sea like a rainbow piercing the sun. The sense of crisis that followed him like a shadow made Han Hao realize the identity of the person who was approaching him. He didn't dare to be careless. He utilized the special divine energy in his body and used all his strength to flee from that powerful enemy. At the bottom of the sea, one party was fleeing with all his strength, while the other was chasing with all his strength. Half a day later, Han Hao flew out from the bottom of the sea and came to a mountain range full of dense forests. He gave up on fleeing, but stood behind a big tree with the bone spear in his hand. He seemed to be waiting for something. A few minutes later, a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air. Salas's enormous figure slowly took shape in the lightning. He coldly gazed at the motionless Han Hao and said in a deep voice, "A young hero indeed. I did not expect that the one who killed Ansaik would be you. Han Hao, you have become more and more unbridled in the fringe for the past 2 years. You even dared to touch my people." The little skull, Han Hao, lowered his head and did not utter a word. He only tightly clenched the bone spear in his hand. "Han Hao, I will give you a choice. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I will spare your life," shouted Salas coldly. All these years, Han Hao had done a lot of great things in the fringe. Even Salas had heard of him. The fact that Han Hao was able to kill Ansaik, a late-stage high god, was enough to prove how terrifying this youngster was. This was exactly the kind of talent that Salas needed the most. Therefore, even Salas, who was always protective of Han Hao, was tempted by Han Hao's talent. Han Hao raised his head and looked indifferently at Salas. He said in an indifferent tone, "Let's do it." Other than Han Shao, who made him, Han Hao would not submit to anyone. Even in the God Hunter Alliance, he, Han Hao, was a loner. He was not bound by anyone. "What a pity," sighed Salas. An enormous thunderbolt ball descended from the sky and headed straight for Han Hao. The thunderbolt ball was the size of a small mountain. Lightning bolts were twisting and twisting within it. When the thunderbolt ball was about to land on Han Hao's head, it suddenly emitted thousands of electric arcs that formed an enormous electric net that enveloped the space around Han Hao. Although Salas did not possess the quintessence of an overgod, he was still an overgod. As soon as he made his move, the element of lightning within several hundred miles gushed into the thunderbolt ball. The electric net emitted blinding light and the energy it contained was earth-shattering. All living creatures in the mountains nearby were charred black by the power. As the electric net covered an enormous area, Han Hao could not evade its attack. As soon as the electric net was formed, the enormous thunderbolt ball headed straight for Han Hao's head, intending to annihilate him. As soon as Salas made his move, he changed everything. The space around him was distorted by electricity. Even though Han Hao had a scroll of space in his possession, he could not escape. The terrifying thunderbolt ball landed with an earth-shattering explosion. All the trees, boulders, and living creatures in the area where Han Hao was were pulverized. Even a barren hill was crushed into stone chips by the powerful force. After the first strike, Salas didn't continue attacking. When the commotion died down, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes glowed with lightning as he looked around. He discovered that Han Hao had disappeared without a trace. There was not the slightest trace of him. Under his attack, even a high god cultivating in the Edict of Space would not be able to escape using the Edict of Space. Originally, Salas thought that Han Hao was dead for sure. But when Han Hao mysteriously disappeared without a trace, he was truly astonished. He immediately regarded Han Hao as a great threat. With a gloomy face, Salas mobilized the element of lightning and extended his divine soul outwards in an attempt to locate Han Hao's soul. However, for some unknown reason, Salas could no longer sense Han Hao's soul. Either Han Hao was very far away from him, or Han Hao had found a way to escape from his divine soul's detection. In fact, Han Hao was only 1,000 miles away from Salas. The reason why Salas could not sense Han Hao's location was that Han Hao had truly learned how to alter the shape of his soul to avoid Salas's detection. From the moment Salas's aura appeared and how Salas was able to stare at Han Hao knew that Salas must have used some method to detect his soul imprint. After thinking for a moment, Han Hao was certain that Salas must have left something on Ansike's divine soul. When Han Hao killed Ansike, Salas must have sensed Han Hao's soul imprint through Ansike. The only way for Han Hao to evade Salas's pursuit was to alter his soul. Only by altering the shape of his soul would Salas be unable to track him down. For an ordinary god, it was impossible to alter their divine soul. The soul imprint was the source of their existence. Only when they made a breakthrough to a new realm would they experience some minor changes. However, it was impossible to alter the soul imprint by relying on one's own strength or using some other method. It was precisely because Salas knew this that he left a special imprint on Ansike so that Han Hao could sense the soul imprint of the one who killed Ansike. It was difficult to alter the soul imprint of a god in this world, but Han Hao's life form was special and he also cultivated demonic arts. For him, this wasn't a problem. There was a kind of demonic secret technique that could alter his soul imprint. He had been silently comprehending this demonic secret technique since he was underground and experimenting with it while being chased by Salas. Finally, when Salas's thunderbolt ball came crashing down, Han Hao successfully cultivated that secret technique and altered his soul imprint. But he knew that even if his soul imprint was altered, he was temporarily no match for Salas. Therefore, he decisively used the demonic blood disassembly art to escape. Thousands of miles away, in a cave, Han Hao was dripping with blood. He was sitting cross-legged in a corner, motionless. After his soul imprint was altered, Han Hao no longer felt like he was being watched. However, after using the demonic blood disassembly art, his body had suffered serious injuries. Apart from his white jade-like bones, his skin, flesh, and meridians had all been torn apart. His divine energy had also been depleted. As if he could never feel pain, Han Hao's expression was calm. He slowly circulated the divine energy in his body to repair his torn skin and flesh. This body, which had been created with a special method, had miraculous regenerative abilities just like Han Hao. His blood had long since stopped flowing, and his meridians were slowly mending under the effect of his divine energy. Han Hao's body wasn't as monstrous as Han Hao's. It took him half a month to repair his body. When he regained his mobility, he took out the elixirs that Han Hao had specially refined for the 5 of them and swallowed them. After recuperating for a period of time, he started to walk out of the belly of the mountain. He continuously hunted people in the vicinity and devoured their divine energy to replenish the energy he had consumed after using the demonic blood disassembly art. While Han Hao was hunting people to recover his strength, Han Hao, who couldn't find him, came to the deity Sky Peak alone. Standing at the foot of the deity Sky Peak, Han Hao raised his head and looked at the peak that pierced the clouds. His gaze was sinister and his expression was resolute. Chapter 857. Han Hao went to Venomfang Mountain, but he didn't sense Han Hao at all. He searched the surrounding area, but couldn't find any trace of Han Hao. From the information provided by Rose, if anything were to happen to Han Hao, the culprit would definitely be Salas of the 5 sovereigns. Therefore, Han-Shuro went to the Empyrean Peak. Sala's subordinates were stationed on the Empyrean Peak. The Empyrean Peak was like a broadsword piercing through the clouds. It was covered with all kinds of defensive boundaries. Even Han-Shuro couldn't get to the top of the Empyrean Peak without alerting anyone. Han-Shuro raised his head and gazed at the peak of the mountain. He unfolded his consciousness and slowly extended it outwards. He sensed one divine soul after another. After a long while, Han-Shuro softly exclaimed. Through the probing of his consciousness, he sensed more than 1,000 divine souls on the Empyrean Peak. Among them, there were 10 of them with high god strength and 17 of them were late-stage high gods. Even if Salas wasn't on the Empyrean Peak, the forces on the Empyrean Peak were not something an average person could handle. After carefully sensing for a while at the foot of the mountain, Han-Shuro did not act rashly. He continued to carefully search for Sala's location. After a while, Han-Shuro bunched his brows. He found it rather strange that he couldn't sense Sala's presence on the Empyrean Peak at all. For experts like Salas who had surpassed high god strength, as long as they were on the Empyrean Peak, Han-Shuro could more or less sense their presence. As a matter of fact, Han-Shuro had used the Great Soul-Searching Art. With the Great Soul-Searching Art, even Sovereign Asura who was adept at concealing himself would not be able to escape Han-Shuro's fiery eyes of gold. But now, Han-Shuro couldn't sense Sala's aura at all. Could it be that Salas wasn't on the Empyrean Peak? After thinking about it, Han-Shuro was puzzled and wondered if he should go to the deity of Heaven Peak to take a look. If he were to break into the Empyrean Peak today, it would mean that he and Salas would have to shed all pretense of cordiality. Ever since Han-Shuro entered the Fringe, although he had killed quite a number of sovereigns, he had never really gone against Salas. Because Han-Shuro was not confident that he could defeat the 5 sovereigns, he chose to avoid making an enemy out of them. Now, because of Han-Hao, their hostile relationship had been confirmed. If Han-Shuro were to wreak havoc in the Empyrean Peak today, Han-Shuro and Salas would immediately start a huge battle. Han-Shuro had no choice but to be cautious. After hesitating for a long time, Han-Shuro finally made up his mind and charged towards the deity Sky Peak. "Who is it?" someone shouted as soon as he entered the Empyrean Peak. Then, a small squad of Empyrean Peak guards vigilantly walked out from a dark corner. All the weapons in their hands were pointed at Han-Shuro. "I want to see Salas. Send a message for me," Han-Shuro said indifferently after glancing at the pair of guards. "How dare you address his lordship by his name? You are courting death." The guards of the Empyrean Peak were used to being domineering. When they heard Han-Shuro address Salas by his name without using any honorifics, they immediately ordered coldly, "Seize him." The squad of 10 men moved together and surrounded Han-Shuro. Unfortunately, they were only mid-god experts as they were stationed at the outermost perimeter of the Empyrean Peak. Confronting Han-Shuro with such strength was akin to throwing an egg against a rock. When Han-Shuro saw how arrogant and condescending those puny guards of the Empyrean Peak were, he began to understand why Little Skull Han-Hao would kill that subordinate of Salas. Since Han-Shuro knew that there was no turning back, he showed no mercy. Before the 10 guards could approach him, they were enveloped by an enormous bone flower. The cauldron of myriad demon left Han-Shuro's body and shook in the air. The divine souls of the 10 guards flew into the cauldron as light as a feather. As the number of demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon increased, cauldron spirit's power grew stronger and stronger. Now, there was no need for Han-Shuro to do anything. Ordinary mid-gods who were still alive would have their divine souls sucked out of their divine bodies by the light emitted by the cauldron of myriad demon. 10 wisps of greyish smoke drifted into the cauldron of myriad demon. The little cauldron of myriad demon circled around but did not return to Han-Shuro's body. Instead, it hovered beside Han-Shuro and flew towards the Empyrean Peak together with him. 3 energy towers simultaneously overflowed with blue radiance, forming a faint blue barrier that blocked Han-Shuro's path. Before Han-Shuro could destroy the barrier, shadowy figures whizzed out from the cauldron of myriad demon, surged up, and tore the blue barrier apart. The cauldron of myriad demon, which was originally only the size of a fist, suddenly grew to the size of a man. It struck a certain spot in between the 3 energy towers. With a loud boom, the 3 energy towers shattered in an instant, turning into stone fragments that flew in all directions. Who dares to come to the Empyrean peak and court death? An angry shout came from halfway up the Empyrean peak. One after another, agile figures descended from the peak. The man and the cauldron of myriad demon ignored the demons that were descending from above and continued to charge towards the peak. With the cauldron of myriad demon leading the way, the cauldron of myriad demon crumbled all the barriers and energy towers they encountered. There was no need for Han Shor to worry at all. Along the way, the energy towers exploded and the barriers were torn apart by demon generals, allowing Han Shor to proceed unimpeded. It was only now that Han Shor realized that the cauldron of myriad demons' strength had indeed skyrocketed after devouring the divine souls of hundreds and thousands of gods. The cauldron of myriad demon was originally the supreme treasure of demonic sects. It knew all kinds of demonic formations like the back of its hand. The various barriers in this world were connected to some demonic formations. With the power of demon generals, it had no trouble destroying the barriers. At first, Han Shor was worried that the ubiquitous barriers on the Empyrean peak would make it difficult for him to move forward. However, the cauldron of myriad demons' performance completely dispelled his worries. As the barriers and energy towers were destroyed one after another, Han Shor's mind gradually grew frantic. It was only a matter of time before he confronted the 5 sovereigns. Now that Han Hao had killed someone, given Salaz's vengeful nature, the grudge was set in stone. At this point, the most crucial part of the battle was to destroy as much of the enemy's forces as possible. Once he made a move, he would spare no effort. With the cauldron of myriad demon leading the way, the barriers and energy towers blocking their way were destroyed one after another. The man and the cauldron of myriad demon soon approached the mountainside. It was at this moment that Salaz's subordinates finally arrived. Many of them were high gods. Most of them were early-stage and mid-stage high gods. They were all fuming with rage and were ready to tear Han Shor to shreds. The 5 sovereigns of the fringe were constantly fighting each other. However, never before had they charged into one another's territory. The 5 sovereigns would only let their subordinates fight each other or fight one-on-one in secret. It was very rare for the 5 sovereigns to attack someone else's subordinates. Therefore, although the 5 sovereigns were constantly fighting each other, the Empyrean peak had never been affected. Ordinary people would try their best to avoid a place like the deity of Heaven Peak. They would never come here to seek their own death. Whose territory was the Empyrean peak? Salaz. Other than the 5 sovereigns, who would dare trespass on the Empyrean peak? When Salaz's subordinates discovered the huge commotion coming from the foot of the mountain, when they saw the energy towers being destroyed and the barriers of the Empyrean peak being destroyed, they felt as though they had been slapped in the face in front of their faces. They couldn't help but be enraged. When they flew down from the mountain and discovered that there was only one person, they were a little shaken. They thought that the intruder was one of the 4 sovereigns. However, they soon discovered that this audacious intruder was not one of the 4 sovereigns. With that, their courage was boosted and they began to forget themselves. Good. Han Shor grinned hideously. With one thought, 17 flying swords whizzed out. Each and every one of these deadly flying swords was incomparably sharp and carried acid and cold toxins. They were the best weapons for killing and reaping lives. Those who charged at Han Shor first were penetrated by the 17 flying swords in an instant. Their divine bodies rapidly melted into a puddle of blood. Han Shor extended his 10 fingers and the demonic blades burst out. He charged into the crowd while laughing heartily. Wherever the demonic blades pointed, severed limbs and flesh would be torn apart. None of the demonic blades could withstand a single blow. Han Shor had now reached the pinnacle of the Omen realm. On top of Cauldron Spirit's strength, no high god could stop him. Han Shor suddenly realized that the only way for him to make a breakthrough with his current strength was to find an opponent of equal or even stronger than him and fight him to the death. And Salaz was exactly the opponent that Han Shor needed the most right now. After making up his mind, Han Shor no longer had the slightest trace of fear in his heart. Instead, He eagerly hoped that Salas would show up and have a good fight with him. Even if he couldn't defeat Salas, as long as he could leave the Empyrean Peak alive, he would have a great chance of making a breakthrough. Once he truly stepped into a new realm, Hanshor believed that he would be the one to make the rules of the Fringe. This was a risky challenge. Where's Salas? Where's Salas? Show yourself. Hanshor gradually went berserk. He roared shrilly on the Empyrean Peak. He showed no mercy in his attacks. His demonic blades tore apart one divine body after another. With the super-strong defensive power of Hanshor's invincible omen body, the attacks that came from all directions were completely ineffective. The sharp divine weapons that stabbed into Hanshor's body felt as though they were stabbing into the hardest metal and stone. They couldn't cause the slightest bit of damage to Hanshor. Hanshor laughed heartily as he charged straight towards the summit of the Empyrean Peak. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. The cauldron of myriad demon turned into a hazy shadow as it absorbed one divine soul after another. In just a short while, dozens of divine souls had disappeared into the cauldron of myriad demon. Hanshor and the cauldron of myriad demon cooperated with tacit understanding and complemented each other. With an unstoppable momentum, they charged straight for the summit. Along the way, more and more ferocious gods came out to intercept Hanshor. However, none of them could stop Hanshor's advance. They all died tragically at Hanshor's hands. Even more energy towers and boundaries were destroyed by the cauldron of myriad demon. Although the cauldron of myriad demon appeared to be powerless, it helped Hanshor solve his greatest problem. Master, be careful. The new barrier is very powerful. Cauldron spirit suddenly transmitted to Hanshor. Hanshor focused his gaze and discovered that the final pass to the summit was filled with terrifying bolts of lightning. The lightning crackled as it leaped about, as if it had a life of its own, forming an enormous ring that surrounded the summit. Without a doubt, this was the final barrier deployed by Salas. Chapter 858. On the summit of the Empyrean Peak, those subordinates of Salas were staring coldly at Hanshor, who was separated by a barrier. There were quite a few late-stage high god experts among them. In addition to their messy subordinates, there were about 300 of them. These were the true elites under Salas' command. However, they did not charge over the barrier to attack Hanshor. Instead, they calmly looked at Hanshor from the other side of the barrier. They wanted to see if Hanshor had the ability to break the lightning magnetic field deployed by Salas. The reason why they did not attack recklessly was because they had seen Hanshor's insanity from above. A mid-stage high god expert was killed in a single blow by Hanshor. Dozens of attacks made of all kinds of divine energies landed on Hanshor but failed to cause any damage to Hanshor. This scene had greatly shocked the observers on the summit. It was obvious that Hanshor's strength had exceeded the limits of an ordinary high god. None of them, not even the magnates of the Fringe, dared to joke around with their lives when faced with an expert with unfathomable strength. Fortunately, Salas had deployed a powerful lightning barrier on the summit of the Empyrean Peak. These people were silently watching Hanshor. They wanted to see if Hanshor had the strength to destroy the barrier deployed by Salas. Hanshor remained motionless as he attentively sensed the blazing energy contained in the lightning barrier. He unfolded his consciousness and could even sense the element of lightning and thunder leaping on the surface of the dazzling electric barrier. The element of lightning and thunder were very active. They gathered in pairs and wandered on the surface of the barrier. The densely packed element of lightning was moving in a trajectory that Hanshor could not understand. The element of lightning that was hard to see with the naked eye seemed to have a life of its own. It was dancing cheerfully, leaving not the slightest gap on the surface of the lightning barrier. Master, this lightning barrier is extremely harmful to demon generals. I can't use my demon generals to destroy it. Cauldron spirit transmitted, indicating that it was powerless. Demon generals were immune to physical damage and were almost immune to earth, death, and other divine energies. However, fire and thunder were very destructive to demon generals. This lightning barrier was the natural enemy of demon generals. Therefore, Cauldron Spirit could not use its demon generals to destroy the barrier. Hanshor pondered for a moment. With one thought, he recalled the cauldron of myriad demon into his body. His avatars of death and destruction suddenly unfolded their domains of divinity. When the three souls released their connection, the domains of divinity of the two high gods gradually fused together. With Han Shoror at the center, the energy of destruction began to spread. An enormous amount of the element of death within 100 miles suddenly frantically converged towards Han Shoror. In just an instant, the area where Han Shoror was located had undergone earth-shattering changes. The shattered energy towers on the Empyrean peak were uprooted. Crushed rocks shot in all directions. An enormous amount of the element of death circulated in the form of the Edict of Destruction. The divine energy of destruction in Han Shoror's body condensed into orbs of destruction. Those orbs of destruction formed purely from the divine energy of destruction in Han Shoror's body appeared in Han Shoror's newly formed domain of divinity. They absorbed the element of death that gathered in the vicinity like a whale sucking in water. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the energy of destruction and the energy of death to fuse. It was also impossible for the orbs of destruction to fuse with the element of death. However, in Han Shoror's domain of divinity formed by fusing the two domains of divinity, the orbs of destruction that were rotating at high speed in accordance with the Edict of Destruction were forcibly absorbing all the element of death. After the orbs of destruction were filled with the element of death, they expanded to the size of a human head. Every single one of them was as green as natural jade. There was a grayish liquid flowing within them. Han Shoror was the only one who knew that the grayish liquid inside the orbs of destruction was the element of death that had been condensed by 1,000 times. The orbs of destruction were rotating around him at an increasing speed. Gradually, Han Shoror lost himself and immersed himself in the orbs of destruction, controlling everything with the consciousness of his main body. Suddenly, a wondrous feeling surged into Han Shoror's heart. In an instant, Han Shoror felt as if he had transformed into a myriad of orbs of destruction and was situated in the middle of those orbs of destruction. It was as if he was the orb and the orbs were his own body. This feeling only lasted for a split second. After that, Han Shoror came back to his senses. All of a sudden, Han Shoror felt as if the orbs of destruction that were revolving around him had become an extension of his soul, a part of his body. It was as if every single orb of destruction carried a strand of his soul energy, as if they contained a drop of blood essence. What was even more astonishing was that he felt as if those orbs of destruction had a consciousness of their own. With a single thought from him, those orbs of destruction would perfectly carry out his orders according to his will. This feeling was very peculiar, and it gave Han Shoror the illusion that everything was unreal. The orbs of destruction continued to rotate in his domain of divinity. When Han Shoror focused his attention on the lightning barrier in front of him and started to think of a way to destroy it, those orbs of destruction that had become extremely strange seemed to know what Han Shoror was thinking. They let out cheers that only Han Shoror could hear and charged into the lightning barrier that Salas had personally set up. "Ah, the electricity is so strong. Damn Ray Lee. Let's bite them to death together. Kill, kill." In an instant, all kinds of strange thoughts surged into Han Shoror's consciousness. Those thoughts came from the souls on the orbs of destruction, and they described the battle between them and the lightning consciousness on Salas's lightning barrier. "Dead, they're all dead. We've won." In 1 second, the souls on those orbs of destruction had transmitted hundreds of millions of messages to Han Shoror. The result of the battle between those strange consciousnesses had also been decided in 1 second. When Han Shoror finally received a message like "We've won," an earth-shattering boom resounded in his ears. Han Shoror was startled awake. Those messy consciousnesses that had surged into his mind instantly disappeared without a trace. It was as if everything that had just happened was just his imagination. It was so unreal. After calming himself down, Han Shoror focused his eyes and discovered that the lightning barrier that had protected the entire Empyrean peak had disappeared without a trace. Tiny lightning bolts had shot out and scattered on the mountainside of the Empyrean peak. After carefully sensing for a moment, Han Shoror discovered that those scattered lightning bolts no longer had the strange consciousness of life. It was as if they had all been killed in an instant. Traces of misty green and dusky light fell to the bottom of the mountain along with the feeble energy of lightning. Those rays of light were filled with the energy of destruction and death. Han Shoror wore a blank face as though he sensed something from those fading rays of light. Congratulations, Master. The energy you experienced just now is known as primordial Dharma embodiment in our world. In this world, it is known as elemental soul. Although the name is different, the form it manifests is similar. Master, you have unintentionally comprehended this state and can make breakthroughs in your demonic arts and the strength of your two avatars. Master, you must be careful. Comprehending primordial Dharma embodiment also means that the heavenly tribulation may descend at any time, the cauldron spirit transmitted while Han Shoror was still puzzled. Primordial Dharma embodiment and elemental soul were one of the most profound ways of utilizing energy. They could bestow life to offensive energy. Just now, Han Shoror's orb of destruction had gathered the divine energy of destruction and the element of death. Yet, it was bestowed with life by Han Shoror's consciousness. Even Han Shoror did not know whether it was primordial Dharma embodiment or elemental soul. However, the final result was extremely terrifying. The lightning barrier that Salas, an over-god, personally deployed actually crumbled under Han Shoror's attack. Who the hell are you? As soon as the lightning barrier was broken, all of Salas' subordinates on the peak were stunned. No one knew better than them what kind of expert Salas was. Anyone who could destroy the barrier deployed by Salas must possess strength roughly equal to his own. It would be a wonder if they were not afraid of such a powerful existence ascending the mountain in such an unyielding manner. Lord Salas isn't here. What are you trying to do? Another high god wore a face filled with fear when he saw Han Shoror ascending the mountain's summit step by step. This high god was also a mighty figure in the fringe. But when faced with Han Shoror who had destroyed Salas's barrier, he was just as terrified. Han Shoror knew that Salas was nowhere to be seen. He was definitely not at the Empyrean peak. This barrier was personally deployed by him. I believe that once the barrier is destroyed, Salas will definitely notice and return at top speed. Han Shoror put on a smile. Then, he stared at the high gods with his ice-cold eyes and said evilly, "But I wonder if you will be able to see him again." "Brothers, let's kill him," shouted one of the high gods. Immediately, more than 300 of Salas's subordinates surrounded Han Shoror. The other guards at the foot of the Empyrean peak and halfway up the mountain sensed the earth-shattering change at the summit and rushed over. Han Shoror and the cauldron of myriad demon only charged up from a single direction. Most of the guards at the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain did not encounter Han Shoror. There were about 500 to 600 of them. Their momentum as they flew up from below was astonishing. The glacial peak was the territory of one of the 5 sovereigns, Wasis. Wasis cultivated in the energy of water. The glacial peak was shrouded in a thick layer of ice and snow all year round. Salas was chatting with Wasis on an enormous icicle at the summit. Although the 5 sovereigns were constantly at war with each other, they would often meet in private to discuss the overall situation of the fringe. Salas came to visit Wasis this time to discuss the ownership of a new mine. Before the discussion was over, Salas's divine soul shuddered and he flew into a rage. Without saying a word to Wasis, he took out a shuttle-shaped space divine tool and flew away, ignoring Wasis's questions. Chapter 859. On the Empyrean peak, Han Shoror was on a killing spree. Hundreds and thousands of demon generals were flying around the peak, chasing after Salas' subordinates who only had mid-god strength. Han Shoror had deployed the Pearls of Annihilation, Cyan Demonic Shuttle, Toxic Dragon Cloud Net, Green Phosphorus Gravel, and Banner of Hallucination. For a moment, the peak of the Empyrean peak was filled with gloomy winds, ghostly wails, and wolf howls. Han Shoror unsheathed his 17 flying swords and ruthlessly slaughtered those true experts. Inside the new domain of divinity, the orbs of destruction absorbed the element of death and were bestowed with life by Han Shoror. The orbs of destruction exploded in areas with a lot of people, killing Salas' subordinates one after another. It was only when Han Shoror went all out and utilized all the demonic weapons in his possession that he discovered just how much destructive power he could cause. The Pearls of Annihilation, Cyan Demonic Shuttle, Toxic Dragon Cloud Net, Green Phosphorus Gravel, and Banner of Hallucination were all vicious demonic weapons refined by Han Shoror. Each and every one of them had the power to kill a group of people. The power of the souls of element, which he had just mastered not too long ago, became even more terrifying when the orbs of annihilation exploded. Incessant rumbles sounded from all directions with Han Shor at the center. Corpses were torn apart and sent flying. Severed limbs and heads were scattered all over the place. In just a short while, the Empyrean peak had turned into a river of blood. More than 200 gods had perished. The killing intent, resentment, and boundless hatred of those who perished were absorbed by the 17 flying swords. The killing intent of the 17 flying swords grew denser and denser. Every time one of the flying swords slashed at the target's mind would be seized by the overwhelming killing intent condensed on the flying swords. The flying swords would pierce through the target's abdomen and kill them on the spot. Cauldron Spirit was cheering inside the cauldron of Myriad Demon. It was pulling the divine souls that had yet to dissipate into the cauldron of Myriad Demon. Cauldron Spirit appeared to be very excited after devouring more than 200 divine souls in just a short while. It was doing its utmost to control the demon generals. Even though Salas's subordinates had found a way to deal with the demon generals, they couldn't withstand the ferocious attack of hundreds of demon generals. Even the gods who cultivated the power of fire and lightning were devoured by the demon generals in an instant. The Empyrean peak had become hell on earth. Shrill and ear-piercing shrieks filled the air. Salas's 17 direct subordinates, each of them possessing late-stage high god strength, were powerless against Han Shor's all-encompassing attacks. They couldn't even join hands and could only watch helplessly as Han Shor drifted from place to place like a specter. They couldn't find any trace of Han Shor. Han Shor laughed maniacally. His eyes gradually turned dark red, and his heart gradually turned crazy. Later on, layers of dense killing intent began to hover around Han Shor like a light mist. The negative energy formed by the instant death of the dead was attracted by the evil aura emitted by Han Shor and didn't dissipate. In Han Shor's mind, there was only the thought of endless slaughter. He would kill any living being that appeared in front of him. He had joined the demonic path. Ever since Han Shor broke through to the Omen realm, he had long been able to control his state of mind. But this time, he joined the demonic path. Han Shor suddenly discovered that he had lost control of his consciousness. Everything happened so naturally and without the slightest disharmony. It was as though he was supposed to annihilate every living being in the world. At this moment, Han Shor had lost control of himself. However, he could freely use any demonic technique that he knew. At this moment, Han Shor had completely turned into a ferocious god. In his heart, there was only the thought of destroying everything. The further he went, the crazier Han Shor became. His dark red eyes shone with a ferocious light that could destroy the world. He no longer cared about the attacks that landed on his body. The Omen invincible body automatically blocked all kinds of attacks, so that his demonic body didn't suffer any damage. At this moment, Han Shor was undoubtedly very terrifying. With his ferocious appearance, it was as though he wanted to destroy all living beings. There was no pity in his heart, no hesitation, no thought of stopping. There was only an indomitable frenzy of slaughter. One after another, gods were torn apart by his hands. Their divine souls were annihilated by the dim light in his hands. Although Han Shor's demonic body was impervious to all kinds of attacks, his clothes were shredded to shreds by the attacks. At this moment, Han Shor was almost completely naked. His majestic body was covered in chunks of rock-hard muscles. His veins were clearly visible. Like a demonic god that could destroy the world, every attack of Han Shor's was earth-shattering. Not a single person dared to take a single blow from him. 3 of Sala's subordinates cultivated in the energy of earth that was said to possess the strongest defense. They all possessed late-stage high god strength. Although they joined forces to resist a casual punch from Han Shor, they were blasted deep into the earth by Han Shor's terrifying energy. At this moment, Han Shor was invincible on the Empyrean peak. Why isn't Lord Salas here yet? This madman. Who can stop him? One of Sala's subordinates retreated with a look of horror on his face, but he still shouted loudly. Let's retreat from the Empyrean peak. If we stay here, I'm afraid that we won't be able to see Lord Salas again, suggested another to Han Shoror with a bitter face. Who the hell is this guy? Since when did such a crazy and terrifying guy come to the fringe? All kinds of voices came from the mouths of Salas' subordinates. It was obvious that they were truly afraid. Suddenly, a series of rumbling thunder sounded from the void. A dazzling lightning bolt several times brighter than the sun struck Han Shoror's body. Han Shoror, who had always been invincible when it came to killing anyone in his way, suddenly shook his majestic body. His fluttering long hair stood on end, complementing his dark red pupils. His malevolent appearance appeared even more terrifying and ferocious. Han Shoror's eyes were still dark red. However, he had recovered his lost consciousness. He raised his head and looked at the 3-meter-tall giant Salas. Han Shoror's eyes were still dark red. Although his consciousness had returned to normal, Han Shoror's demonized state did not vanish. When he regained his consciousness, he immediately realized that he had been demonized in an inexplicable state. Due to the lack of self-awareness, the demonized state was extremely dangerous. If there were any allies around him, he would kill them as well. However, there was another kind of demonized state in which one could freely control one's consciousness. Although not as calm as usual, one could at least restrain himself from killing his own allies. This kind of demonized state was the last hurdle of the 9 Changes realm, demonic morph. Han Shoror quickly adjusted himself, maintaining the explosive desire to kill in his heart. He glared at Salas, who had finally caught up, and bellowed, "Salas?" The muscles on Salas' face twitched. His monstrous rage was obvious. The corpses and shattered energy towers on the Empyrean peak were enough to prove what Han Shoror had just done. As one of the 5 sovereigns of the fringe, no one had ever dared to act so presumptuously on his Empyrean peak. Even Tyre, the strongest of the 5 sovereigns, did not personally attack the ordinary gods on the Empyrean peak. This was an unspoken agreement between the 5 sovereigns. But today, the Empyrean peak that symbolized Salas's identity and status was nearly destroyed. More than 300 of his subordinates were slaughtered. This kind of humiliation was something that had never happened to Salas in 10,000 years. The rage in Salas's heart nearly burned him to death. He panted heavily in silence for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, Salas took in everything that happened on the Empyrean peak. The scene intensified his desire to make Han Shoror pay in blood. Without a word of nonsense, without even asking about Han Shoror's origins, after 3 seconds of silence, Salas transformed into a giant with electric dragons coiling around his body. He pounced at Han Shoror from the sky. As soon as Salas moved, the sky was filled with the rumbling of thunder. Deafening explosions of thunder, accompanied by bizarre energy undulations, were aimed at Han Shoror alone. As soon as the thunderclaps sounded, the space around Han Shoror violently exploded. It was as though the thunderclaps had always been around him and were triggered the moment the thunderclaps sounded. The thunderclaps were ear-piercing, and the explosive force was aimed at one's body. Any high god who was struck by the thunderclaps would undoubtedly die on the spot. Even without the thunderclaps, the waves of thunderclaps alone were enough to disperse the divine soul of an ordinary high god. However, Han Shoror's invincible omen body was far superior to that of an ordinary high god. The deafening thunderclaps that were projected into Han Shoror's ears and consciousness only made Han Shoror dizzy for a moment. Then, the violent explosions enveloped Han Shoror's entire body. At that moment, Han Shoror's invincible omen body automatically defended against the thunderclaps. The thunderclaps were over. Han Shoror's naked body was charred black. He was still standing on the same spot. Although the invincible omen body had blocked the explosive force, it was not that easy for an overgod to attack. Wisps of weak thunderclaps surged into Han Shoror's demonic body in an instant. The thunderclaps also had their own consciousness. As soon as they entered Han Shoror's demonic body, they immediately charged into Han Shoror's consciousness as though they were prepared to make the first move and blow up Han Shoror's consciousness. The wisps of thunderclaps also carried explosive force. They were waiting to detonate after they entered Han Shoror's consciousness. Han Shoror understood that the souls cultivated by the gods of this world were not as versatile as the consciousness cultivated by demonic arts practitioners. Once an attack penetrated the surface of the body and struck the mind or divine soul, all it would take would be a small explosion or impact to cause the consciousness of the divine soul to dissipate or even the soul to be completely obliterated. Any other high god would not be able to escape death after receiving such an attack from Salas. However, for Han Shoror, who was a master of demonic arts, such insignificant tricks were a piece of cake. With one thought, strands of demonic yuan rapidly flowed through his body. Before the lightning energy that entered his body could rush towards his consciousness, it was all intercepted. All the weak consciousnesses were killed within Han Shoror's body. Han Shoror raised his head and saw that Salas had just arrived. Nice. Han Shoror grinned. He took to the sky and charged at Salas. He clawed with both hands. The murderous aura that lingered around him transformed into two black dragons that bit at Salas. Chapter 860. To Han Shoror, not only was Salas a formidable foe in the fringe, but he was also the key that could help him make a breakthrough. Han Shoror would go all out in this battle. No matter the outcome, he would be the one with the upper hand. Even if he lost, he would be able to use demonic blood disassembly to escape. Not only would he be able to see the true strength of an overgod and achieve a breakthrough in his demonic arts, but he would also be able to make a name for himself in the fringe. He would be able to let all the gods in the fringe know that there was one more expert who could contend against Salas. As long as the weak could guarantee their own survival in challenging the strong, no matter how one looked at it, it was a great advantage. Han Shoror made a grasping motion with both hands. His murderous aura turned into a dragon and bit down on Salas, who was flying down from the ninth heaven. With one thought, the cauldron of myriad demon and the 17 flying swords flew back. They gave up on attacking the small fries in the surroundings and focused all their attention on Salas. Salas' body was covered in dazzling electric arcs. He had turned into an electric man with terrifying electric currents coiling around his body. Bolts of lightning struck down at the black dragon formed by Han Shoror's murderous aura. Dazzling electric sparks were aroused, and thunder boomed across the Empyrean peak. Salas's subordinates, fearing that they would be caught in the shockwaves of the battle between the two peerless experts, quickly retreated to the foot of the mountain, leaving the summit to Han Shoror and Salas. They stood at the foot of the mountain and watched the commotion from afar. It was only after exchanging blows with Salas that Han Shoror realized just how terrifying an overgod's strength was. Even with the full power of the Cauldron of Spirit and the 17 flying swords, Han Shoror was unable to gain the upper hand. Salas's understanding and mastery of the element of lightning had reached an extremely miraculous level. His divine body was filled with the element of lightning. Every strike he made contained boundless energy of lightning. The black dragon formed by Han Shoror's murderous aura immediately dissipated after being struck by hundreds of lightning bolts. As Salas's residence, the Empyrean Peak had more element of lightning than any other place. On top of the Empyrean Peak, Salas was able to utilize more element of lightning. In addition to the divine energy of lightning contained in his body, his strength was much greater than anywhere else. If it weren't for Han Shoror's incomparably tough demonic body and if it weren't for Han Shoror's Cauldron of Spirit's energy, Han Shoror wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long under the bombardment of lightning. The 17 flying swords formed a sword net in an attempt to trap Salas within it. However, the lightning energy Salas directed accurately struck the 17 flying swords, disrupting their trajectories and preventing Han Shoror from setting up the grand formation. Han Shoror's eyes were dark red. The muscles on his majestic body contorted as wisps of dark demonic energy were released from his body. He looked like a ferocious god from the depths of hell. Han Shoror's avatar of destruction had transformed into the Demon Slayer Edge. He clenched the Demon Slayer Edge tightly in his right hand as he clashed with Salas. Salas unfolded his domain of divinity. Electric arcs rained down from the sky above the Empyrean Peak. The entire Empyrean Peak was covered in a densely packed electric net. Wherever the electric net was connected, there would definitely be lightning energy present. In this space filled with electric nets and rumbling thunder, Han Shoror would touch the electric net even if he didn't move an inch and the lightning energy would enter his body. Fortunately, the new domain formed from the fusion of the two domains of divinity was equally domineering. With Han Shoror at the center, It forcibly tore open a space and rapidly gathered the element of death in the vicinity. He was using the element of death and edict of destruction to contend against Salas's domain of divinity. During the confrontation with Salas, Han-Shor could feel that even if he exerted all his strength, it would still be very difficult. Moreover, Han-Shor faintly felt that Salas hadn't used his full strength yet. This made Han-Shor feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He was ready to receive even fiercer attacks from Salas at any moment. The battle continued. Gradually, Salas became somewhat impatient. Suddenly, Salas let out a furious roar. No one knew what method he used, but the electric arcs falling down from his domain of divinity suddenly became several times thicker. Earth-shaking thunderclaps resounded in his domain of divinity. In just an instant, not only Salas's domain of divinity, but even Salas himself seemed to have become several times stronger. Han-Shor was already having a hard time holding on even before Salas used his full strength. Now that Salas' strength had suddenly skyrocketed, Han-Shor's situation suddenly became extremely difficult. There were a few mid-level material planes a great distance away from Elysium. All the living beings on these mid-level material planes worshipped Salas as their one and only god. Salas would obtain strands of faith energy from these worshippers at all times. On these mid-level material planes, statues of Salas were worshipped and shrines were built to worship Salas. Some of those devout worshippers even possessed demigod or base god strength. They traveled between major material planes and, under the will of Salas, spread Salas's divine might to every corner of the world so that Salas could receive even more worshippers. But at this moment, all the worshippers on those planes that worshipped Salas as their one and only god started vomiting blood. Sanguinar's soul dissipated. The faith energy contained in those souls transcended space and was transferred to Salas on Elysium. There were hundreds of millions of living beings on those material planes. Every single one of them worshipped Salas as their over-god. But in an instant, all of their souls dissipated. Those material planes became desolate planets without the slightest aura of life. On Elysium, Salas' strength had skyrocketed. His domain of divinity pressed down on Han-Shor, rendering him powerless to resist. Terrifying bolts of lightning the size of small mountains bombarded Han-Shor's body. Even invincible Omen body was unable to withstand it. His skin and flesh split open and blood flowed freely. Even invincible Omen body had its limits. When the power of the bombardment far exceeded the limits of invincible Omen body, it would not be able to withstand all the damage. In just an instant, Han-Shor's body was severely injured. He felt dizzy and had the illusion that he did not know where he was. "Master, wake up! Wake up!" Cauldron Spirit's voice resounded in Han-Shor's mind. The muddle-headed Han-Shor abruptly woke up. The next moment, he felt a stinging pain all over his body. It had been a long time since he had experienced this kind of tearing pain after achieving minor mastery of invincible Omen body. At this moment, Han-Shor actually felt a perverted pleasure. Han-Shor raised his head and saw that the entire Empyrean peak was filled with lightning bolts. The lightning bolts seemed to have connected heaven and earth, filling every inch of space and bombarding down like a torrential downpour. Salas coldly looked down at Han-Shor. His face was frosty. It seemed that he would not allow Han-Shor to escape today. At this moment, Han-Shor's consciousness became somewhat absent-minded. For some reason, he suddenly felt as though something was about to happen. Han-Shor's heart suddenly calmed down. At this moment, he had the epiphany of the end of heaven and earth. It was as though a pair of eyes had penetrated through layers of space, traveled through the river of time, and saw the beginning of Elysium. With an apathetic face, Han-Shor observed everything with indifference. All kinds of epiphanies leaped into his mind. Complicated and cryptic chants seemed to have broken free from their shackles and turned into rays of light that drifted in his consciousness. The beginning of all things, the end of heaven and earth, the end of heaven and earth, no man and no thing, the chaos has yet to be divided. In the void, Salas no longer hesitated. He was ready to kill Han-Shor. It was at this moment that Salas suddenly realized that he had lost contact with the lightning energy that filled the world. The lightning bolts that came crashing down were no longer under his control and started wreaking havoc throughout the entire Empyrean peak. They were no longer confined to the peak, but even the middle and the foot of the mountain. Many of his subordinates who were hiding at the foot of the mountain and watching the changes on the peak were caught off guard and struck by the lightning bolts. Without the terrifying defensive power of Han Shuo's demonic body, they were killed on the spot. All of a sudden, boundless elemental energies converged from all directions. Light, darkness, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, and death, as well as all kinds of energies, such as the murderous aura, the aura of fear, and the energy of souls that had yet to dissipate, rushed into the Empyrean peak as though they were being drawn by some kind of force. These energies did not seem to be under anyone's control. It was as though they were drawn by the most fundamental principles of the universe. After they gathered on the Empyrean peak, they attacked all living beings on the Empyrean peak in waves, as though they were going to destroy the world. The boundaries and energy towers deployed by Sala's that were not destroyed by Han Shuo suddenly exploded. Sala's subordinates at the foot of the mountain wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Under the bombardment of light, darkness, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, death, and all kinds of strange energies, hundreds of corpses littered the ground in an instant. Master, the heavenly tribulation of the Skybreak realm is coming. Be careful. Don't worry about Sala's, use all your strength to resist the heavenly tribulation. Cauldron Spirit was still shouting. However, Han Shuo did not seem to be able to hear anything. He was in a daze, trying to comprehend the various comprehensions in his consciousness. It was only when a meteorite suddenly came from beyond the heavens and bombarded Han Shuo into the hard rocks of the Empyrean peak that Han Shuo suddenly came to his senses. He discovered that the Empyrean peak had undergone earth-shattering changes. All kinds of apocalyptic energies were wreaking havoc on the Empyrean peak. Light, darkness, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, death, and all kinds of other energies were slowly accumulating the most powerful wave of attacks. And their target was Han Shuo. He could clearly sense that those energies that seemed to follow the most fundamental principles of the universe had locked onto him from afar as though they had a life of their own. Once they were done accumulating, they would blast him and the entire Empyrean peak to smithereens. Han Shuo could sense that no matter where he fled to, he would not be able to evade the attacks of these energies. All he could do was face them head-on. If he couldn't withstand the heavenly tribulation, his consciousness would dissipate. From then on, there would no longer be a person named Han Shuo or Brian in this world. If he could withstand it, he would break through to the Skybreak realm, his strength would skyrocket, and he would become a true overlord of the Fringe. Chapter 861. Sala's could do nothing but watch as the anomaly on the Empyrean peak unfold. His subordinates on the mountainside and at the foot of the mountain had suffered heavy casualties. He himself was unable to help his subordinates defend against the onslaught. He could only roar from the mountaintop, "Get out of my way! All of you, get out of my way!" The gods at the foot of the mountain were bombarded by the pillars of light amidst the anomaly. The space above the Empyrean peak seemed to have been torn apart. Enormous meteors came crashing down from the sky. Even the lightning and divine lightning that Sala's had summoned were no longer under his control. They too bombarded the Empyrean peak. Sala's was about to attack Han Shuo when he suddenly realized that the only thing he could use was the divine energy in his body. It was as though the connection between him and the lightning that filled the sky had been forcibly severed by an invisible weapon, preventing him from using external forces to kill Han Shuo. Meanwhile, around Han Shuo, layers upon layers of chaotic elemental energies were converging, forming a natural barrier that even Han Shuo could not detect. Before he even got close, he discovered that waves of energy were pressing down on him, forcing him to continuously retreat. After carefully sensing for a moment, Sala's suddenly discovered that the anomaly on the Empyrean peak was indeed caused by Han Shuo. However, the anomaly seemed to be extremely aggressive and its target just so happened to be Han Shuo. Sala's was extremely astonished. He did not know how Han Shuo was able to gather so many different types of elemental energies together. When he discovered that the main target of those energies was Han Shuo, he abruptly let go of them. He no longer attempted to break through the layers of obstacles to attack Han Shoror. Instead, he chose to observe from the sidelines. Surrounded by the various types of elemental energies, Han Shoror's majestic body glowed with black radiance. Demonic yuan filled every corner of his body. Under Cauldron Spirit's reminder, he calmly faced the oncoming demonic calamity. After accumulating the power for a long time, it gradually formed an earth-shattering attack in the void above Han Shoror's head. The first to arrive was the power of thunder and lightning gathered by Salas. Amidst the rumbling of the heavenly thunder, a bolt of lightning as thick as a dragon blasted directly towards his head. Its power was no weaker than that of Salas's earlier attack. Facing the bombardment of the lightning, Han Shoror's 17 flying swords formed a barrier to resist. In the earth-shattering boom, Han Shoror's scalp went numb, his hands and feet stiffened, and faint smoke rose from his body. His body, which had just been injured by Salas, was once again injured. The demon physique's injuries were even worse. There were still a few more waves of energy condensing in the void. A red meteorite the size of a small mountain gradually appeared in the torn void. Just by looking at its astonishing aura, Han Shoror could tell how much energy was contained in it. Master, I don't know why, but the power of the demon ring seems to have increased in this universe. It was at this moment that Cauldron Spirit once again transmitted, judging from the current power of the demon ring, it will be very difficult for Master to defend against all of them. You must think of an appropriate solution. The meteorite was still accumulating power. Small meteorites scattered around it were as though attracted by a magnet and attached themselves to the enormous meteorite. The enormous meteorite hovered above Han Shoror's head. Han Shoror could sense that the meteorite had locked onto him from afar. It was as though he was another magnet that could attract the meteorite. What solution? Han Shoror was dumbfounded. At this moment, he simply couldn't think of a solution to defend against the demonic tribulation. Master, if you ignite the soul energy of demon generals, I can help you mitigate a few waves of attacks. That way, you might be able to defend against the demonic tribulation, Cauldron Spirit proposed after hesitating for a moment. There were hundreds and thousands of demon generals in the cauldron of Myriad Demon. As one of the most precious treasures of demonic arts, the cauldron of Myriad Demon had infinite uses. Using the energy of demon generals to defend against the demonic tribulation could be considered as a solution. Right, the demonic tribulation targets my soul. I have 3 souls. Do you think that the demonic tribulation will split into 3 parts? Han Shoror suddenly thought of this idea. He hastily asked Cauldron Spirit for confirmation. It's useless. The demonic tribulation only targets the soul of the main body that carries the consciousness imprint of demonic arts. The other 2 souls do not cultivate demonic arts. The demonic tribulation will not split the slightest bit of energy for them. Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment. At this moment, the crimson meteorite that had finished accumulating power suddenly shot down towards Han Shoror like a blazing meteor. All the element of fire in the vicinity immediately surged into the crimson meteorite. It was as though the energy of Fire Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie had been combined, filling the meteorite with blazing flames. The Demon Slayer Edge was the first weapon Han Shoror had crafted. After Han Shoror had infused it with his demonic yuan, Han Shoror forgot himself at this moment. He manipulated the Demon Slayer Edge to meet the incoming crimson meteorite. At the same time, the 17 flying swords soared into the sky and transformed into sword radiances that filled the sky in the style of Avicii. Just like the Demon Slayer Edge, they bombarded the crimson meteorite. An earth-shattering boom suddenly sounded from the Empyrean peak. Han Shoror's consciousness trembled. He, who was connected to the Demon Slayer Edge and the 17 flying swords, felt as though he was struck by a gigantic meteorite weighing millions of kilograms. His eardrums buzzed and his entire body went numb. Whether it was the Demon Slayer Edge or the 17 flying swords, they were unparalleled divine weapons. Even the meteorite formed by the demonic tribulation had a small crack torn open by them. Han Shoror endured the heart-wrenching pain in his body, mobilized the energy of the 17 flying swords and the Demon Slayer Edge, and aimed for the crack in the center of the meteorite. Clang! 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 The gigantic meteorite could no longer withstand the repeated bombardment of the 17 flying swords and the Demon Slayer edge. It suddenly shattered, transforming into pillars of fire that bombarded Han-Shor. In this way, Han-Shor could destroy them one by one, desperately reducing the impact of the pillars of fire. Once those pillars of fire fell beside Han-Shor, they immediately became dead objects and no longer moved. It was as though Han-Shor was their final destination. Even if they couldn't hit Han-Shor, as long as they reached Han-Shor's position, their mission would be accomplished. After expending a lot of strength and energy, Han-Shor finally avoided this wave of attacks. Taking out a large amount of pills of rejuvenation from his space ring, Han-Shor chewed them like they were beans. His two avatars no longer dodged. The Demon Slayer Edge and Skeletal Staff each transformed into another Han-Shor, releasing their domains of divinity and fusing them together. As soon as the new domain of divinity formed from the fusion of the two domains of divinity of destruction and death was formed, a miraculous change occurred. The moment Han-Shor's new domain of divinity was formed, the surrounding elemental energies no longer continued to surge into the top of his head, nor did they gather in the new energy that was being produced. Before the new domain of divinity was formed, the demonic tribulation above his head was still accumulating energy, preparing for the next wave of even more ferocious attacks. However, as soon as the new domain of divinity was formed, the surrounding elemental energies seemed to be affected. They could no longer increase their power from the surrounding elements. Not only that, the elemental energy of death, fear, resentment, and other negative energies in the air were attracted by the domain of divinity formed from the fusion of the two domains of divinity. They slowly surged into Han-Shor's new domain of divinity, forming a thick layer of cloud-like barrier above Han-Shor's head. "This is miraculous. Master, we're saved." Cauldron Spirit immediately sensed the changes in the surroundings and shouted. Blades of wind filled the sky, swords of ice pierced through the air, and the light of annihilation sprinkled down. Wave after wave of attacks rained down on Han-Shor one after another. Furthermore, they were all bombarded at the same time. The new domain of divinity barely managed to hold on for a few dozen seconds before it finally failed to completely protect Han-Shor. However, it had already helped Han-Shor absorb most of the impact. Han-Shor released all the demonic yuan in his body to form a thin layer of protective shield to defend against the subsequent attacks. When his demonic yuan was about to be exhausted, Han-Shor began to utilize the energy of the demon generals in Cauldron Spirit. One demon general after another was burned away in exchange for Han-Shor's right to live. Time passed by silently. Han-Shor forgot about everything else. He mechanically utilized all the demonic yuan in his body to form the strongest protective shield. In the end, even the protective shield cracked and shattered. His body was also bleeding profusely. At this moment, his inner demon attacked him. He suddenly discovered that he had once again become that ignorant and incompetent otaku on Earth. He was powerless and powerless. He could only helplessly face his boring life. At this moment, those thousands of lives that had died by his hand had turned into malicious spirits. He had no power to resist. His body was being torn apart, his flesh was being gnawed away. The unbearable pain was magnified infinitely in his mind. He could even feel that even his soul was being burned by the flames of hell. The feeling of losing his power was very despairing. He felt powerless in the face of the attacks from the malicious spirits. The fear that he had not felt for a long time once again struck him. No, I am no longer that useless otaku. I have power. I am the reborn Han-Shor. Even if I don't have the slightest bit of power, I will not continue to face everything passively. Han-Shor shouted in his mind. Having lost his power, he began to crazily use his hands to tear apart the malicious spirits. He used his teeth and his body to attack them. He used the most primitive and barbaric methods to deal with those malicious spirits. He became crazier than anyone else, more like a malicious spirit than those malicious spirits. Gradually, Han-Shor suddenly discovered that those malicious spirits were beginning to fear him. The power that he had lost was also slowly returning. After an unknown period of time, Han-Shor, who had fallen into a strange state, suddenly woke up. A blinding light shone directly on his body. This light was not like the powerful light from before. Instead, it was warm and comfortable. It was not a threat at all. His surroundings suddenly became silent. There was not a single sound. He raised his head to look at the sky. The sky was clear and boundless. There were no more terrifying powers waiting to be unleashed. There were no more oppressive dark clouds, and there were no more dense heavenly lightning. Looking around, Hanshaw discovered that he was on top of the raised Empyrean peak. There were corpses everywhere around him. Not far away, Salas looked at him with a complicated expression. He seemed to be hesitating whether or not to rush over now. "Salas, we will meet again," Hanshaw said to Salas with a gentle smile on his face. After that, a cloud of blood mist enveloped him. With a flash of bloodlight, he disappeared from the spot. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.